Good morning. Just waiting for the pre-rolls to get out of the way and then we will get started. We will get started very soon. Why is it due home? Why is that the... God damn it. Alright, well, I'll have to figure it out. There we go. Okay, so I was doing it wrong. Cool. And that's not surprising, but cool. Sorry, just doing the promotion stuff real quick. There we go. What? Do, 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 do. Yay. Okay, that's good enough. Stop fiddling with my phone. Sorry, I'm a little sniffly this morning. It always happens when the seasons change. Ads done? Ads done? I think the ads are done. Good morning, Snow. Good morning. Oh, that's a cute one. That's a cute one. I like that one. I like that emote. Let's switch over. Hello. We're hand camming today. So yeah, today I really wanted to do some art. I have had some watercolor practice and experiments and painting that I've wanted to do for a bit. So I wanted to get that under my belt this morning. Good morning, good morning. Oh, actually, really quick, I almost forgot my medication. There you go. Now I've got it. Okay, now good morning. Yeah, Good morning, everybody. I wanted to do some watercolors today. We're going to start with just warming up with some figure drawing for a little bit, just to kind of loosen up the hands and get myself like less stiff. And feel free to draw art along with me if you are arting along with me today. Make sure to drop a link to what you're working on in the chat. Yeah. We've got some music from Disco Elysium, Ina Dream Barbecue, and also Creepy Redneck Dinosaur Mansion the Third up on the playlist today. I think they go well together. And it's just a nice chill morning. So we'll start with some warm-ups. Get the shoulders and the hands all loosey-goosey. And then we'll get into some fun watercolors and talk more about that once we get there. I hope you're all doing good today. Hola Juno. Hola Snow. Yes, figure drawing. I am going to be using Sketch Daily today. Here, let me drop a link to that. So I am going to be using Sketch Daily for my pose reference. I learned about that from Jessie J. Jones, friend of the channel, and really super good artist. So let me give Jessie a quick shout out. Really talented animator, very sweeping and very fun streams. Highly, highly, highly recommend if you're not following him already. And then beyond that, as always, let me know how audio is, if music is too loud, too quiet compared to me. And other than that, I'm gonna break into those. Oh, right. Coffee. So I have it pinned up on the top of the channel. I opened up commissions. I'm gonna have some more commissions coming up. One of the commission types I will have coming up are watercolor commissions, but I do have ink sketch commissions. And I also have a puzzle sale going on. So if you just want an ink sketch, you can get those under the commissions tab. And if you want something a little bit special, I have way too many jigsaw puzzles, as you can see from the store tab. And so I am doing commissions where you can ask for a commission, but I'm going to theme that commission a little bit after the puzzle that you buy. So it'll be the commission that you want, but then I'll add some elements of the puzzle that you get from there. So, like, for example, let's say you got this moth puzzle that I got. I'll make sure to add some moths to your sketch before sending that out to you. And I thought that would just be, a fun way to get rid of some of my puzzles, because I really have way too many, and I live in a small apartment. And also just a fun way to also do the commissions. But if you just want the ink sketch, you can get that too. So yeah. It's warm today, but I'm good. Do not melt, snow. Do not melt. Good morning, senpai. Yeah. Sorry, I love this song. To the tiny church there. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I should start warming up. But yeah, thank you for being here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let's get warmed up.
Hello there.
God, I'm gonna be definitely rusty because it's been a minute. Hello there. Beautiful vocals. I actually do like them a lot, though. This is my 8B pencil, so it's a very, very soft lead, which is really nice for doing poses quick. And I am just doing some 2-minute poses to warm up. would show them, but I was like, oh, I would have to do only clothes poses if I showed them. Hold on. I do fucking love the Thai singing, but it is really distracting. Yeah, over here. Oh, it's over. Okay. There we go. I was like, maybe... Do I use watercolor pencils? I do not. This is my watercolor palette. Good old Winsor Newton. But yeah, I know there's ways to have it where you can blur the poses and stuff like that, but I don't know, I just didn't want to bother. I was like, this is starting to get too distracting from actually just starting stream. You can start to tell when I'm getting more into the mindset of sketching. Because my talk function starts to wind down. You can tell I'm not too precious with my figure drawings ever. I'm mostly just practicing loosening up my arm and mimicking shapes that I see more than I care about getting a full figure, especially in like quick poses. And also, too, I'm trying to practice just making sure I don't tighten up while doing some sketching, which will be helpful later. So you'll see this is the way that I'm holding my pencil when I'm sketching. So my thumb is keeping it in place, but I'm not pressing it too hard so that I don't strain the tendon here, right? And then I just have the two fingers holding it down. And when you're sketching, that's a good way to stay loose, is to not get tight with your pencil like that. Hello there. And also a good way to preserve your hand in the long run as well. So yeah, these are not meant to be pretty. These are not meant to be any kind of final piece. They're just warm-up sketches. So if you're doing warm-up sketches of your own, I posted up a link to the site that I'm using for reference poses. Yeah, don't make them precious. Precious is the enemy of practice. What you're really, really looking to do especially is to stop your brain from telling you, oh, hey, you have to do this to make it look pretty. No, you're drawing what you're seeing. You're telling your brain to hush up and you're just drawing what you're seeing. You're not trying to make it look right. You are practicing observation. Can you tell how many figure drawing classes I've gone to over the years? Like, aha, the art school come out. Wouldn't my teachers be so proud? I actually paid attention. And these are just little 2-minute poses. I think I'll do like 2 or 3 more. Let's do 3 more. We'll fill up this page and then shake it out and get started on some watercolors. And I shouted out Jessie earlier, but if you want somebody that does full, like hour-long sessions of body drawing, Jessie does hour-long 1-minute draws pretty frequently now. And that's definitely where I got the inspiration to, yeah, I need to actually do figure drawing practice again. Thank you all for being patient for me not catching up with the chat just at the moment, because I'm also trying to work quickly, so I will catch up with the chat as soon as we're done with these poses. So all of you behave, please, please, please. And thank you all for being here. But yeah, we're not going to be doing a lot of figure work today in the art, but it is a good way to just warm up. See, I can see myself starting to tighten up subconsciously. And those are the things that you kind of want to catch when you're figure drawing. Or like, what are the things that you kind of do subconsciously that are not observing, or that are tightening you up, or that are, you know, just not exactly what you want to practice once you get into it. And one more. Oh, that's a cool pose. It's also just always good practice. It's something I want to definitely start doing more of in general. It's just taking a few minutes, even if I don't do like a full hour, just doing like at least 2 or 3 little figure drawing poses a day, and just keeping practiced so that I don't have those long sessions of feeling rusty whenever I do want to do some art. Trying to think, who are any art teachers I've had that I would want to shout out? They were all a little unhinged, to be honest, so I don't know if I want to shout any of them out. I had some figure drawing teachers that I really loved, but I don't remember their names. I'm bad with names. Really bad with names. I think this might be the same lady as it was in the other one. What is that shape? The shape is mostly in shadow. So yeah, as you can see here, like, my page is like a huge mess of things. I also kind of recommend that too. If you're feeling like you're getting too precious with your stuff, just overlay them, because eventually they start just kind of like completely overtaking each other. So as long as you don't get confused, feel free to just like overlay them so that you don't get precious with it being like perfect looking. Yeah, some quick little figure drawings. All right, warm up done. Let's get to some watercolors. So let's prep a board and do a little warm up watercolor. And I'm gonna actually do a warm-up / experiment page. And then we'll catch up with the chat too. Yeah, the only thing about the soft lead pencils, really good for figure drawing because they'll get the lines you want down quickly on the page. But oh beans, they get graphite everywhere. Okay. I'll do my best. I lowered down the camera so that it's like really, really up close to the art today. Yeah. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Let's see. Good morning, everybody. Divi! Hello, Divi. Hi, Alan. Pencil holding ass. Hi, Kevin. Kevin, we're doing traditional art today. Time for art. Time for art. Hi, Bill. Yeah, beans is what I say whenever I'm trying to swear a little bit less, but I'm not ever swearing that much less. Alright, let me line this up with the camera, which is at a weird angle, but whatevs. Whatevs. Okay. I'm going to show you what I mean by prepping a board. So in here, I have a delightful little invention called washi tape. Ooh, I'm going to use... So I have two types of washi tape. I have this little cute one with cats. It's actually themed after Noctis from Final Fantasy 15, which is nice. And then this one is from Steph. And it's of her little laser kitty. And the eyes and the little embellishments are in red foil. Isn't that cute? Oh, good kitty. I'm going to use the washi tape to hold my paper down on a board. And the reason why I'm doing it on a board and not a sketchbook is that my sketchbook is a mixed media sketchbook, which means it's lying. And by that I mean, like, the paper will hold up okay to things like watercolor. Even though it says it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. But it does kind of fuck up the sketchbook if you don't take stuff out of the sketchbook. when you watercolor it. I like mixed media sketchbooks a lot because I tend to do a lot of mixed media stuff, but yeah, sometimes they are kind of lying a little bit about how good they are at doing stuff. So I like just taking a board and getting a piece of paper down that way. Washi tape, by the way, is really good as opposed to like regular tape because it'll tear up less of the paper. It's a very weak adhesive. And it tends to be pretty. So that's cool. Hold on, let me see. Du château de feu. Zitalis. There you go. Zitalis' stuff. That's where I got this from. Very, very awesome artist. Very sweet bean. Does a lot of horror stuff, which is cool. Happy lurk. Have a good lurk. I'm glad in a lot of environments, Cooper. I'm grown to more amusing than nonsense. Oh, beads, peanuts, gosh dang doodle noodles. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's really fun to use creative swears. So yeah. And then this is my palette. I read a thing recently about Hayao Miyazaki, and like his whole process with watercolors. And one of the things that he noted on there is like if you get a watercolor palette, you have that jerk for a long time. Like it's really cheap, actually. Like it might cost a little bit up front, but like it's gonna last you for forever. And then there was a note in there about keeping your palette clean. Miyazaki sensei, don't look at my palette. Messy. I do kind of like just having the remnants of old paintings on my palette. But it does kind of get in the way sometimes. So let me at least clean off 2 spaces for myself. But when you do it, you're going to be so nice and clean and neat with your palette, right? You're going to keep your palette so clean. You're not going to be like me. You're not going to forget to wash one of your favorite brushes until 2 minutes before you hit the go live button and then like rapidly start bleaching that sucker out. You also do want a clean surface so that your paints don't get muddy. Like, you know, it is important. But they're pretty easy to clean. Watercolors are really neat because they will be, I mean, there's a couple ways that you can have watercolors, but generally you're gonna find ones that come in some kind of form of being like a hard little cake of pigment. And yeah, because they're just like a little block, they're pretty easy to clean. There we go. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Say gosh. Like all kinds of funky doing. Oh, cheese and crackers. Cheese and crackers. Yeah, there we go. Look, see, clean. It's clean. Nobody can yell at me. Yeah, and so this is a palette. I mean, speaking of having paints for a really long time, I have had this palette since... Ooh, did I get this one in Texas? No, I might have gotten this when I was still in art school. If that's true, then this palette is starting to get towards like 20 years old. Oh, and I've done a lot of paintings with it, so it just, yeah, watercolors. You want paints that will last you a really long time and give you a lot of bang for your buck. That's it. Have a good lurk, Alan. Thank you for stopping by. I always appreciate you. Okay.
When you became Denise, I told all your colleagues, those clown comics, to fix their hearts or die.
Hell yeah. Trans rights forever, baby. Rest in peace, David Lynch. But yeah, for this experiment page, I want to do... Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I have a nice Gen Matcha today. I want to do a test page of different outlining techniques after I lay down watercolors and kind of build them up. So I'm going to do some without sketching first and kind of have fun there. Let me just get some... wildflowers, marigolds. Let's see. Inches. That's good. I just want the picture. Okay. I was just getting like a quick reference picture up for when I start to paint those down. But first, we need some color. I'm gonna do just a very simple, I think, teal in the background. Because I love, 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 love teal. Oh, hi, Seatbelt. I really love the music from this game. I didn't know that I needed American Gothic polka in my life, but apparently I did. Thank you, creepy redneck dinosaur mansion. Yeah. And for folks that came in a little bit later, I have a coffee shop up. Thank you to everyone for supporting me on Coffee. Right now I'm unemployed. It is not easy. I got screwed over on my taxes, so I got shafted out of a month's rent very recently. It's been tough. It's been really tough. But everyone's support has definitely helped out a lot. And I didn't want to just keep asking for support on Coffee without giving anything back, so I have commissions open. I'm hoping to actually have watercolor commissions up there soon, which is part of why I'm doing some of these practices. The bigger part is just I wanted to do watercolors today. But I will not be doing my examples of watercolors for those commissions. Today, unless something that I do today comes out really good, but I'm letting today just be kind of a free-form practice and not be necessarily a structured, pressured thing. But yeah, there's ink sketch commissions available. And if you're looking for something a little special, I got a puzzle sale going on that I need to advertise better. And what that is that you can choose one of the way too many puzzles that I have in my collection. And I will send you that gently used puzzle. But also, you get to request a commission with it. And in that commission, I will add elements of the puzzle that you choose to that commission as well. So like, for example, if you choose the Westerland Nebula puzzle, I'll make sure to add some nice little spacey elements in there before I send that commission out to you, along with the puzzle. They are a little bit more pricey because shipping puzzles, as I did my research, is apparently a little bit of a pain in the ass. But I am eating the cost on shipping, and I tried to keep it as low as possible on all of the estimates. So yeah, I'm not eating so much of it that it doesn't make sense for me to do it, but I am trying to eat some of it so that it's not, I don't know, I just felt a little bit bad for how high it was getting because they're just kind of quicker commissions. The watercolors will be longer commission pieces. Okay. That's definitely enough color. I don't want to put too much color down. I also chose like a very light teal so that it wouldn't interfere too much with the layers I put on top of it. And how I'm going to do this as well is that I'm going to start working with some blue flowers and cool toned flowers first, so that if the teal seeps in, it's not a big deal. And then by the time the background color dries, while I do those, then I can do some warm toned flowers, because they will pick up less of the teal, because they'll be dry. Hola, Baka! Hello! Good morning, good morning. Hope you are all good. But yeah. Coffee shop is open. We'll have more commission types there over time. Eventually I will get some of my original paintings up there very soon too. And then those will be organized into categories and such. But for right now, we're starting with the puzzle sale. And if anyone is like, oh, that's way too many commission spots right now, I'm like, I'm not expecting them to fly off the shelves. And they're also limited to 20 minutes each. So if for some reason, like, I do get a high volume, I can control that flow pretty easily. Right. Let's look at what brush do I want to use. I got like a big giant bin of tools. Should I maybe taking brushes out beforehand? Maybe. See, like there's these stiffer brushes that I like a lot for detailing, but watercolors I feel like always lend themselves better to soft brushes. Medium-sized one. And if you see me flicking the brushes, it's not just a hand stim thing. That's a very valid thing to do. It's me checking that they're not too stiff, because sometimes I can't tell until I just start flicking them a little bit. I would love one more pointed brush. One more pointed brush, please. And that one is nice, but that's not what I'm looking for. This one? Yes. Okay. Hi, seatbelt. Oh. Hi, baby girl. Do you want pets? Yay! Yay! Good girl. You've been so brave. Yeah. My shy stray seatbelt has been really opening up. She'll come over to get pets when I ask her pretty often now. Hi, baby. Yeah. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah, get some nice footage. There you go. All done? Okay, okay. Okay, that's a good selection of brushes. And let's pick some flowers. Hope you're doing well today, Becca. Hope everyone is doing well today. Where's my references? Here we go. Yeah, why not start with some blue bonnets? And today I'm going to work wet on wet for the most part. I'm going to let them all bleed and run together and do whatever the heck they want today. Because what I'm going to do later. See, it's good I did those warm-ups because I'm reminding myself to not hold my brush too tightly and try to not cramp up my hand. What I'm going to be doing today is really experimenting with inking my watercolors after I set them down. So playing around a lot with lineless and then doing some lines. I'm just practicing different techniques that I've been thinking about for a while, but hadn't taken the time yet to just like play with. So today is about playing with paint, which is really nice. Also, I am like on the cusp of blood moon, so if I have to bow out of streaming at any point, apologies ahead of time, but I will make sure to take care of myself, which I know y'all prefer anyways. But right now I feel fine. I'm a little tired because the fluctuating hormones mess with my sleep quite a lot, but it could be worse. I've been a little bit more proactive with my vitamin intake lately, so that's also been helping out a little bit. with watercolors too, you need so little pigment to do what you need to do, which is really cool. So Miyazaki is right. Like, it's a really, really, really useful and versatile paint, and affordable in the long run. Like this palette that I showed you all, I think at the time cost me somewhere between 50 or 60, maybe. I might have gotten it on sale. I hope I got it on sale for the sake of student me's wallet. Not because of the quality or anything, but just because, like, God, that would have been a lot of money for me back then. And even now, too. I mean, it's too much money. But yeah, like I was saying, this palette is now getting up to like 20 years old. And there was definitely times where I had breaks of not using it for a while, but it didn't go bad or anything. You know? Like, it didn't become useless, it didn't dry up. Like, if you take decent care of your watercolors, they will last you for a really long time. Do one more stock of those, maybe. Oh. Actually, no, I'll start layering in some purple. And this one's a fancy one, too, like, admittedly. There are definitely much cheaper palettes. And you can also make your own, too. If you buy, like, a tube of watercolor, you can get, like, a little tube of the stuff and make your own palette. And that's actually what Miyazaki showed in his little comic talking about it. And that will last you even longer. Do very light wash of purple over this. And hopefully this is close enough where you can see at least a little bit. And so I tried to really angle the camera down today and try to get as much natural light coming in as possible. Is that as you start to layer the colors on top of each other, they will start to pick up the paint underneath. So let's see if you can kind of see that. So you can't just layer forever either. You kind of have to be a little gentle with it for the sake of your paper as well. Especially because this paper is mixed media, so that means that it will not hold up as much as proper watercolor paper. It does pretty well. I've done quite a few paintings on this kind of paper now. And this is also why you want to tape it down as well, because you're adding a lot of water to paper, so it's going to want to wrinkle up on you. And a way to not fight it constantly is just to tape it down. I'm not necessarily going for accurate flowers, so I am just kind of, now that I've got the shape of them down from my reference, I'm just having fun with it. Today is about having fun with paint. But yeah, something that I want to paint very soon is actually a new profile image for the channel. It's been something I wanted to do for a bit, was watercolor up a new portrait for the channel. But I didn't have the energy at the time that I really wanted to change the icon, so I did the still life that I have right now in there, which I really like, but I don't know. I kind of want something that's a little bit more representative of what I want to do here. A little bit more representative of my art, a little bit more representative of some of the stuff that I eventually want to have show up on the channel. Something that I feel good about having for a while, you know? And so something that I've been playing with too in a lot of paintings lately is just using ultra saturation of color as shadow. It's not anything new. Many people do that, but I was like, that makes it sound like I'm developing that technique. It's like, no. That's not what I mean. No. This is very much a tried and true technique, but I haven't done it as much, and I've been liking it a lot for the type of art that I do. And it's especially fun to do in watercolors as well. Is that you, Prince? Hi, Prince. Started properly in the morning this time, so that means the cats are awake. They're awake. They are frolicking. They are yelling at birds. They are fed and happy with me. So yeah, usually I have done before some stuff where I've like do sketching beforehand, or even watercolor like an ink sketch. But this time I'm intentionally having it be a little globular so that I can define it with inks on top later. Hi, Puffling. Tells you how much I paint, though. Yeah, no, it's the same of like, I'm not necessarily saying your watercolor palettes will last you 20 years. I am definitely saying that I took many long breaks from painting in that 20 years. But they can. Good morning, Buffling. Hello, Cousin Core. This makes me want to go back to bed in a good way. Yay! I like giving people cozy vibes. I hope you are doing well today too. Yeah. Oh wow, we're already almost at our first ad break. Okay, I'm gonna try to get a little bit more color down in this part here. But yeah, you can kind of see there. And then this one in the front, I mean, it's probably gonna seem pretty obvious, but if it does not, no worries. But yeah, this one in the front is more saturated / will be more defined because it is in the front. And then this one in the back will be a little bit blurrier because it is in the back. So it'll be a little less defined. You can also do it the other way. Like I could have made this one darker and then this one more defined, but because it's a really colorful flower, I don't know, I'm doing it the other way. It's not exactly like proper shading, but whatever. It's gonna look fine. The main thing is that they're distinct from one another. I think one of the most helpful things for me to understand painting that I learned when I was young was that like painting is just tricking your brain. Because what you're painting isn't real, and it will never be real. It is a painting. And that is exactly like what my little neurodivergent brain needed to hear in order to understand painting. Is that painting is about tricking brains. That helped just make a lot of sense for me of like, oh, okay. I get it now. I'm connecting the dots. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the patterns. Okay. There's some initial blue bonnets. And we are going to go to an ad break. I am going to stretch. I am going to hydrate. I recommend you do the same. Thank you for being here. We'll be back in a few minutes. I'll leave. Here, put those right side up for you during the break. Let me see if I can get a little bit more now that the natural light is a little bit stronger. There we go. Does this light work better? Okay. Yeah, that light helps better. Cool. Nice, nice. Okay. I'll see you guys after the ad break. Don't try to make it real. Try to make it trick your brain. Exactly. Hello there, empanadas. Oh, I didn't go switch. Friends. Hi, friends. Do you need your toy? Okay. nice. Do you want a nice boot? Hi. You want to say hi to folks? And up. Yay. Okay. And the paint is wet, so you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. There you go. There, you can see. There you can see. That's what I'm working on. Oh no, don't step on the wet paint. Hi. Good morning, good morning. Let me see if I can. There she is. I've got a prince on my lap. Welcome back from ads, everyone. I've got a prince on my lap. We'll get back to painting in a second. She's got to get her royal scritches. This is Prince. She likes screeches. She has seasonal allergies, so she's been very itchy. I know. I know. Oh my goodness, you want a ton of scritches today. And you know, this is part of the art process too. Screeching kitty. Oh, she's so happy right now. I don't think y'all can hear it. She's very contented right now. Oh, baby, I didn't clean your eye boogies today. I'm sorry. Okay, no. Don't step on the wet paint. Don't step on the wet paint. Thank you. That's Prince. That's Prince. Yeah, you can be on the table, but don't step on the wet paint, please. Thank you. I mean, this is just a practice piece, but still. Let's not get you in the habit of that. She already has gotten into my acrylic paintings a couple of times lately. It's been a little ridiculous. Yeah, it's Kitty. Good morning, Apple. Yeah, it's watercolor day. Watercolor, playing with watercolor and experimenting with it day. Okay, Kitty break over, starch break over. Got some more tea. Let's get back to it. Let's try doing some. While I let these have a chance to dry. Oh, there's cat hair on the painting. Let's see, I'm gonna do some, let's find a purple flower for me to do. Let's find one that I actually like. I bet I could find a cuter flower than that. Oh. Yes, I like this. And I like this song as well. Tone. Very good. Okay, some nice purple. I need to make a nice purple. Let's see. Let's mix the purple I have with, and like you can see, I have a white that's been used a lot. try not to use it in your colors. I use the white for very specific things. But yeah, white and black will kind of muddy your colors a lot. You can always do whatever you want, you know? Your watercolor is ultimately your own. But I would recommend, if you want something to help your watercolors stay really vibrant looking, even if you're going to do a pastel or muted color, try to mix that color and really utilize the water to mess with your saturation, as opposed to just putting white in there. If you can. And I think you will have much, much more success with your stuff if you do it that way. Hardcore. Oh yeah, hardcore. Let's see. Put these ones here. Yeah, that's the color I wanted. No, Ale, stop dancing. You have to paint. It's like, no, but I want to dance. The music is so hardcore. Ferociously bobbing my head along. It's a good beat. Arr. I'm just gonna tuck these ones in behind the blue bonnets. And these ones have little interesting gaps and petals. And try to preserve some of that. else is going on? Yeah, so I'm going to be doing that painting. New profile picture incoming. And then hopefully also by the end of the week I will be putting up watercolor commissions. I really don't foresee, except in like, it's not that I will never do an acrylic painting commission, it's just that like you would have to contact me special for that. That's never something that I'm just gonna put up as a thing that you can like take a spot and do. Like that's gonna have to be a very special arrangement because I spend so much time on acrylic paintings. Like it's gonna have to be like, ultimately, like it's gonna have to be something I really want to do. Any painting I do is but with quicker paintings, like I can find something to love and make my own a lot easier with just about anything. That is a little bit harder with an acrylic painting just because of like the amount of time those take. Also the material costs and stuff like that, like it would just be really hard to put a blanket, oh, it costs this much, you know, estimate on it. So I would say, and I'll put up like a blog post about commissions being open soon on the coffee, so that it explains that a little bit more in, I don't know, advertising or something. But yeah. Watercolor paintings, though, are not necessarily like, oh, they're super quick and easy. Like, no. That's not what I'm saying with them. And even by offering them by commission, it's just more like, those I can fit into a schedule of working. Because I don't know when I'll start working again. You know, it could be months from now, it could be next week. Like, I am very much in a kind of chaotic state right now with that. So, ink sketch commissions and watercolor commissions are things that I can do within that time frame. And that'll be the main thing, is that anything I put up on a commission basis within, like, in coffee, are things that I know that I can do and keep a reliable time frame for. That I have really good confidence, like, okay, you know, no matter what happens in life, I should be able to keep this specific timeline that I've posted up. And I should be able to adjust for, like, this many slots if somebody takes them all or something like that without too many issues. So, yeah. And if anyone does commission me, thank you. I look forward to working with you on that, and also thank you for the support. And if for some reason you're feeling really generous and you're like, Ollie, I would just love to give you money without a painting or a drawing, you can always do that too. But I'm so grateful for the help everyone has given, but I also just really rather not just ask people for help for free. I rather give something back for it. I'm not in a position where I can just say, like, hey, don't give me a tip. Like, no, I need them. I need to feed the cats. Like, any support is always welcome, but yeah, like, I don't know, it made me feel good to, one, do that with my art. It's putting my art out there in a way that I think is good for me. And two, yeah, like, I kind of rather have it be a transactional thing a little bit. That's not the word I'm looking for. I'd rather somebody get something tangible back, you know? I'm also looking into, I'm still mulling it over a little bit because, again, I'm like trying to be very, very, very careful about time and time management for anything that I offer in this kind of venture. But I'm also looking to do some Ko-fi memberships too for anybody that wants to support on a regular basis but maybe doesn't want half of the money that they give to go to Twitch. But yeah, I'm looking at what I can reasonably do on a monthly basis there as well. But I have some really fun ideas that I'm really excited about and aren't just like, oh, that's something that I can do. You know, like they're things that I'm actually like actively looking forward to. So, yeah. Yeah. So that'll come out soon. Once I feel good about the plan. I will start listing my original acrylic paintings on there soon. But I am looking for a way. Those are going to be, like, I'm just giving a heads up. Any of the acrylic paintings, because of how much, like, kind of blood, sweat, and tears and time goes into those, they're going to be, like, the originals are going to be pricey. Like, I'm looking for those to pay rent, essentially. I'm not looking to move those for cheap. Like, I'm looking for, if I'm going to part with those, I need those to pay rent. But I am going to be trying to do prints of those paintings. So, you know, like, if you really like some of those paintings and you want one, but you're like, well, I can't afford the original, nor would I want to have the responsibility of handling the original. Very fair. I will have prints up soon, and that is something that I've also been researching, getting advice on. I'm happy with that. I'm getting too detailed with it, and I'm trying to remind myself, like, I'm gonna go back in with ink on it, and I'm getting too precious with it. So, away. Get out of here. New flower. Give me a new flower. Present me with new flowers. Let's see. Ooh, that's pretty. That's pretty. I'm neglecting chat. Hi, Meister. Hi, Kira. Oh my gosh, there's so many people. Hi. Sorry, I got into my own head for a little bit. Hi, Lovesick. I started yapping and I... Hi, everybody. What's attached to me? This blue thing? No, it's okay. It's okay. It won't hurt you. It won't hurt you. I promise it won't hurt you. No, Lovesick, like, I realized, like, I was going through the roles, and I have Roz as an artist because Roz did emotes for the channel, but then I was like, Lovesick has drawn me like 5,000 times already for speech therapy. It only feels right to give Lovesick a little artist badge too, so I gave you a little artist badge. You're an official artist. You're an artist now. Sorry. I know you didn't want this responsibility to be an artist, but that's your profession now. You're an artist. You're a professional artist now. I hope you can accept this life change. I know you were going to go into financial advising and stock markets and what are other things that you have no interest in. And nuclear testing, but, you know, now you're an artist. This paint set looks just like mine. Is it also the little Winsor Newton one with the little guy on it? It's a really good one. I recommend it. Yeah, if you find this Winsor Newton one, it has so many colors. Close it too tight. It has that, like, little palette that you can just, like, actually keep clean. Keep your palettes clean. I don't. And then it has all of these little guys. And the thing is that, like, you can get replacements too, and then just swap them in. Or you can get these trays like empty and then just put whatever colors you want. It's very versatile. And this one is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 24. This one's the 24 palette. Good for galaxies and sprinkling stars. Yeah. Hi, Grizz. Hello. Hi, Darksus. Oh, and I said hi too. Oh my gosh, everybody's saying hello. Hi, Blue. Cost of materials, if you were to buy them all over again, since there's no guarantee, you get to use what you already got, and your hourly rate, and then 20%. Exactly, like DV, like, and like for that, that's why, like, I could figure out a price for sketches, I could figure out a price for watercolors, because those have, like, a time that I know that they take. Acrylics are so... God, those take as long as they take. It's just like, no, that would have to be on a case-by-case basis. Hi, Kira. Hi, Meister. Time management, never heard of her. Yeah, Lovesick is a signed artist now. Hi, everybody. Hello. Oh my goodness. Hi. Thank you all for being here. I'm just yapping about commissions and stuff like that. I have a puzzle sale going on. If you want to get one of my jigsaw puzzles that are gently used, there may be a cat tax. I can't guarantee that there won't be a missing piece. I try to always recover every single piece for every puzzle that I ever do, but the cats love puzzles as much as I do. But I do disclose that on the shop. But if you get a puzzle with a commission, you get a commission, you get to ask for whatever you want. But I will tie an element of the puzzle into that. So like if you get this nebula puzzle, I will put some kind of nebula-esque theming into your sketch. So yeah, but if you just want the sketch itself, I do little ink sketches as a commission, and I deliver those digitally, but you can opt to get them shipped to you. I can just show you. This is a sample that I made. It's a 20-minute one, so it's just a very quick little guy. A little simple little guy. But I will have a little bit more elaborate of a commission slot open from Watercolors. This is not my watercolor sample. I'm going to be working on that off stream. And then that will be available hopefully by the end of the week. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Capitalism. Any way you support is fantastic. If you are not looking for a commission at the moment, or it's just not within your budget, I know right now times are tough. That is why I'm trying to make money as well. But because times are tough for me too. If you want to share my shop around, that's a huge help, honestly, is just helping me spread the net that like, hey, I'm doing art and I'm doing this little puzzle sale. Shares help out so much. So yeah, if you want to just help support that way too, that is amazing and awesome. But if you're just here and hanging out, that's amazing and awesome too, and thank you. Okay, that's the spiel. That's the spiel. Buy out Ollie's puzzle stock. Here's the thing. Funny thing about that. So I have 18 puzzles up on the shop right now. Wow, that's so many. That must be all the puzzles you have. No. I am still keeping a very healthy collection of 15. There's 15 that include puzzles I haven't done yet. I have a little stack of puzzles that I haven't done yet. And then I have collections of ones that are either sentimental, they were a gift, or I just really like them, or for one of them, there's a whole entire like classic movie poster reimagining illustration set that was done by Mondo Art. Back when Mondo Art used to exist, now they're just kind of selling out all of the stock that they have, but they have kind of officially closed shop. They used to do really cool puzzles, and they used to commission really fantastic artists to do their puzzles for them, and I am really upset still that they closed shop, because they did a lot of good work to give money to artists, and so that's a bummer. But yeah, I have a huge collection of those puzzles, and I'm keeping all of those because they're really hard to find now. And they're really good. They make me happy. I like resolving them because they're really nice and they're really pretty to look at. So, a hyperfixation, you say? Whatever do you mean? How could you could you say such a thing? Me? Hyperfixated? Yeah, I kind of like puzzle a little bit, you guys, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, if you're like, oh no, are you getting rid of all of your puzzles? No. I'm getting rid of puzzles that are cool. Like, here's the thing, they are really cool. But I can't just keep every single puzzle either. And I actually am at heart a little bit of a minimalist. So it is one of those things of like, I am excited to have these puzzles go to good homes. And I'm excited to not have these puzzles just in my apartment anymore. Because I am done with them. And I like decluttering. But yeah, I got really excited about the idea when I had it, and it pushed me to finally open up shop. I've been thinking about doing commissions and opening myself up to commissions for a really long time now, and I don't know, I've just been really nervous about it. So I think, you know, however this goes, I think it's just been really important for me to just put myself out there. If nothing else, you know? Like, I would love to make money, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little behind on some payments for some things, and I don't know what the hell is gonna happen with the job market here. Or my hireability prospects for many reasons that are not due to my a massive amount of experience or capabilities. But more that I keep advocating for human rights and being outspoken about shitty governments, and oh wow, it's gotten me into trouble. Whoops. Still gonna do it. Fuck tyrants. Always gonna fight for human rights, even if it lands me in hot water. Sorry. Not sorry. But yeah, it is a time of economic uncertainty, which is why I also mentioned the whole, like, you can just share. Like, if you just share the info, that is totally fine and awesome too, because, like, I get it. All of us wish we had tons of money to just spend on art. I wish I had tons of money to spend on art, because that is what I would mostly spend it on. But I got bills to pay. I got cats to feed. And starting in the summer, I will have student loans to pay. So I just have to make sure that, you know, if I am comfortable with doing a thing that could potentially help out in those regions, that I do it. And also, I think it's an important step for me personally anyway. It's not for everybody. But for me personally, to put my art out there in a way where I'm like, you know what? I like my art. I like my art enough to say, hey, it deserves to get paid. It deserves to exist. And I like it. It makes me happy. And if it makes you happy, that's great. Pay me. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if any of that made sense. I'm painting flowers right now. I'm like half conscious of what I'm yapping about. I'm a little bit focused right now. Yeah, I'm proud of myself for putting myself out there because it was a very nerve-wracking thing. Some people were on VC with me while I was like setting up the shop and stuff and could maybe realize like how much I was just like eating my own brain over the whole thing. And here's the fun part. I have been sitting on the idea of opening up commissions for months now. But I finally did it. So, haha. I did it. I did it. And yeah, what else is coming along? I'm also working on some stuff for the channel. I'm letting this week kind of be my last week of letting myself focus on creative ventures, and this is also like the push that I gave myself too, was that I was like, okay, this is not my last week of working on art or doing creative things, but this is the last week where I'm going to let myself just kind of dedicate a whole bunch of time to working on some new skills and, you know, just really, really futzing around with art and doing some stuff for the channel before I kind of have to focus a lot more on the job search stuff and the rest of the qualifications I need to complete to become an attorney. And also focusing on some other things that I might have to do too because of the world right now, unfortunately. The amount of planning that I have to do just keeps quadrupling every single day, and I'm fine. I'm not fine. Even, like, I recently went to the doctor, and even my blood tests show that I'm not... I'm very stressed. I'm stressed all the way down to my blood cells, which is terrifying but also kind of amusing in a weird way, in a dark humor way, I guess. Let's see, what are some red ones to do? Let's do some red wildflowers. But yeah, the memberships thing, what else am I doing? Finally I have been making progress on here's the way that I work. I will have, because I need to multitask, I will have like 10 to 20 things that I am hopping in between at any given time. Just generally. This is how I work at work as well. This is actually why I'm really well suited to law. Ooh, poppies. That's a good one. That's a shitty picture of a poppy. Is there a better one? Yeah, there we go. Do some poppies. 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 This one's kind of poppy adjacent, but I'm gonna do some really bright poppies. What are people saying? Oh, you love poppies! Oh, that's cool. Unfortunately, Ollie cannot eat puzzle. I know, if I could eat puzzle, if me and the girls could eat puzzles, we could sustain ourselves for, like, at least another couple months. But yeah. I was there the day it happened. You actually were. I might have been in a VC while that happened. Oh, Grishood. Good luck with your contract. I hope it works out okay. Good luck, good luck. That's always super stressful. And yeah, Blue, I have a mix of Disco Elysium, Ana's Dream Barbecue, and Creepy Redneck Dinosaur Mansion 3 today. They actually all work together pretty well. Once they're sold, you have space for 20 more puzzles. Meister? Meister, how dare you call me out like that in my house? In my house? Yeah, better late than never. Hi, Ezra. Good morning. A functional cookie puzzle would be cool. I have seen people like bake cookies that look like puzzles. Yeah, I'm gonna do some red flowers because these ones are really pretty, but the way that my webcam works, it does make it just look all blue. Even though there's a little bit more purple in there. It's just like, oh, everything you're painting is blue. It's like, no. So let's start getting some more colors in there. And then once we're done with the poppies, I have a really nice color for poppies already, which is cool. We'll start putting in some of my favorite flowers, which are cempasúchil, or Mexican marigold. Ooh, that looks pretty. That looks pretty. That looks really pretty on the blue. Yeah. What is the unifying theme between these soundtracks? One, I just kind of had a good sense that they would go together well, audio-wise. But also, they're all very surrealist, absurdist games. And they're pretty cool. With a lot of heart. And I think that's why their soundtracks work together so well as well. Yeah. Original paintings will go up soon. Prints will hopefully... Prints, I don't have a timeline. I want to get in a good place with those by the end of the week. But as you can imagine, physical stuff when it comes to art is a little chaotic right now. So we'll see how that goes, and I will forgive myself if I can't find like an end-all be-all solution to that. But I will do my research to have things set up so that I can try to take advantage of that soon as a way to get my art out there and have it be available for folks. Other than that, community art slideshow I'm going to be putting together soon. I want it to look a very specific way, which is why, and have it be crediting people as well, so that's why it's been taking me a while. Because I could just put up a slideshow and call it done, but I really want to make sure that people's art is seen, and that if it's here, it's not just me going like, "Oh, look at the art of me," which is also good, you know. That's a way of saying thank you as well. But for me, I'm a very a rising tide elevates all boats kind of soul. So I really want to take the time to make sure that I can, like, you know, advertise anyone that has done art related to the channel or related to me. So if you have ever given me art, if I have ever commissioned you, or if you've ever drawn me in a thing, I want to put your art up and give you credit. So that people can go, whoa, look at that cool art. And then, you know, hopefully see, oh, it was made by this person. Let me go check them out. You know, like, the amount of conversion is always dubious on that kind of stuff, but I want to give it a non-zero chance of happening. Oh, I like how it's kind of fading out there. Can I keep manipulating that to do more of that, please? More of that, please. Without starting to see, this is why at some point I do want to get watercolor paper, because then you can really futz more with the water. Here I'm starting to reach the limit of the paper grain, and I'm starting to eat at the paper. I don't know if you can kind of see that a little bit. Like, some of that fade is intentional, but if you look really closely, you can start to see it's starting to almost pill. It's not pilling yet, but it's almost pilling. And I want to avoid that, because then you just start shredding up the paper. So. Get a little tone variance in there. And just get a deeper red going in some of it. And I will go back in. This one I'm going to try really doing all of the detail work with pen. Yeah, I'm really excited about the community board too. There's also a secret project I'm working on. So some of you know that eventually, but that's more of like a year-end by year-end kind of goal project, is that eventually I do want to do a depot in Godot. Vipo in Godot of the cafe, and bring the cafe and like that whole entire lore that I have there to life in some ways. I have many ideas on that front, and there's a lot of cool stuff that I want to do there. A lot of fun stuff. I like those really bright yellow flowers. I'll do some of those too. Some little bright yellow ones. Getting too tight with my brush. It's always good to check in with your drawing or painting posture and just make sure you're not cramping up your hand. Because even if you're like, it's just a little uncomfortable, nope, no good. If you're a little uncomfortable, you're gonna get lost in the sauce and you're gonna keep doing the thing. And it's gonna get worse. If you're a little uncomfortable, correct it while it's still a little uncomfortable and get more comfortable. Like, you want to correct it before it gets hugely uncomfortable. And you will have a much happier time for it. And something that becomes easier with time to tell, because, I mean, you'll learn the hard way. What are the signs of, like, things being a little bit uncomfortable? And your tolerance for comfort, or discomfort rather, will become a lot lower over time. Your body's going to yell at you faster and faster over time. So you start getting a better sense for it quicker. But it's good to practice the habit of check in with yourself. Is your posture comfortable? Is your hand comfortable? How is your wrist feeling? Does anything feel, even if it's not uncomfortable, does anything feel tight? And if anything feels tight, loosen up. Shake it out, loosen up, change the posture to where it doesn't feel tight. Or, you know, if it's really, really, really kind of starting to feel it already, shake it out, take a little break. It's better to, you know, accumulate an overall extra hour or two to your project from taking frequent breaks, because ultimately you're investing in your biggest tools, which are your hands and your wrists. When you're doing art, you want to take very, very, very good care of those, because they are your most precious and expensive tools. And I'm sure, you know, especially when you're younger, you feel like, no, I'm fine, I can sit in this weird position or anything like that. Like, I'm actually sitting with a really good with posture right now. I've been forcing myself to get better at that, especially as I stream. Trying to, like, adjust my space more so that's more ergonomic for all of that. Because I was shrimping and I was like, I know I could keep doing that, but also that's stupid and I shouldn't do that. So yeah, you gotta do those things. You gotta nag yourself on those things. And it may seem, you know, like an overreaction, or it may seem like too much now, or it may be annoying, or it may slow you down. But it's worth it in the long run. It's really, really worth it. Because also, if you're starting out or if you're younger, you're not necessarily sure yet if your body has certain weaknesses or tendencies to maybe be more prone to, you know, repetitive stress injury, wrist injury, those kinds of things. You know, and you might find out anyways, even if you're taking the best of care, but hopefully you don't find out sooner than you have to, if you do take at least some care. And, you know, and if these things happen, don't blame yourself. Just take care of yourself wherever you're at right now. You can always start making better habits, even if you've had a long time of doing bad habits. You don't have to beat yourself up ever. It's not productive. What the hell is this song? Oh, I forgot the yellow paint smells a little weird sometimes. Rosie, you cut the stream! If you don't have watercolor, you can stretch the paper you want to use. Yeah. I've taped my paint down. Yeah! Fix your hearts or die! That was probably Ina. Yeah, I talked about that, like, I should have taped it down a little bit better because it's already warping out of the washi tape. I usually will tape down paper. I've been putting a lot of water on this poor guy. And then just use the washi tape for it. It's Gizmo! Yeah, it's Steph's kitty. My Christmas present to myself was a big order of Steph stuff. And Steph sent me some extra goodies, including a little Gizmo tape, and it was very sweet of Steph. I'm gonna embarrass Steph because Steph is probably asleep right now, so I'm gonna shout out Steph again. She can't stop me. She can't stop me. Go follow Steph. Zatala's Rules is a huge sweetheart, and also loves horror spooky shit like I do. So yeah, does amazing art. Has really good sage advice and wisdom on many things. And is a cool person and plays cool games. I made it to chapter 4. Meister, I think that's where I am too. I'm trying to like go back and open up a whole bunch of things before I like get too far. Have a good work meeting. Taping is good, not stretching it. You saturate the paper. Ooh! You saturate the paper with water, lay it on a board, flatten it out, and tape it down with the water. Oh! Puffling, I'm taking a picture of that. I didn't know about that. See, this is what I love about art. There's always new stuff to learn. God, thank you. Oh, that's gonna help out so much, actually. Thank you. Thank you, Puffling. Puffling is a really good help all the time. Puffling, I would shout you out. You don't stream. But yeah, everyone always respect and admire Puffling. If you're ever mean to Puffling, you will be banned forever. Immediate ban. No appeal. Immediate ban. If you're ever mean to Puffling. No rules. One rule. Yeah. Thanks. I'm also in a slightly loopy mood because, like, oh god, I could not sleep right last night. It sucked. It was just my body and hormones. So there wasn't a ton I could do about it. And then I was, like, wide awake after 5 anyways, and I was like, alright, well, let me at least just, like, make today a good day. And if I'm productive, I should get sleepy, hopefully, by the end. I'm also going to do some good exercise, too, so that I can hopefully get my body more tuckered out and sleep better tonight. I went to art college. Yeah, I went to art college, too. They didn't teach me that. I was about to say, they didn't teach me shit. No, that's not true. I did learn a lot. It's just, yeah. That's one thing that I do love about the art community on Twitch, is that there is so much to learn about. That's the other thing. Oh, I'm part of the Artists and Makers Club on Twitch. It's really cool. It's a huge Discord, so I'm not super active on it. I lurk in there a lot. But sometimes I get really overwhelmed by the huge Discord. So I lurk in there, I check in, I say hi, and I look at all the pretty pictures. But there's going to be a huge community art raid train happening later in May. So yeah, I will be doing my first ever raid train in there. And that's going to be really cool. I'm really excited about it. It'll texturize the paper slightly by stretching it, but it should help keep the painting flat. Ooh! Thank you for not sending people to follow my Twitch. I don't understand how I have followers. Sometimes, I sometimes will just follow people that I'm like, oh, this person's been really cool, and I just want to, like, I don't know, support them in some way. Sometimes I do a follow when people don't stream, or I'm like, maybe they'll stream someday. Okay, we'll do some marigolds here. I'll just do marigolds in the rest of the piece, and then we will let it dry and get to inking. Does following people who don't stream actually work? Yes! Yeah, you can follow anybody. You can follow anybody. They didn't have to ever stream for you to follow them. As long as they have a profile, you can follow them. So, that's always, like, a nice thing of, like, I like when people are, letting others know that they're thinking about streaming, even if they're, like, a couple months out from it, or it's still, like, a huge maybe, because then you can start helping them towards getting that affiliate, which is really useful for being able to get ad revenue, because you can't make money off of Twitch until you hit affiliate. So anytime we can help people hit affiliate right away, that's always really nice. Yeah, go follow Blue. Also, I think it helps encourage people if they're kind of on the fence about streaming. But there's some people who have no interest in streaming whatsoever, and when I know that, I don't do shoutouts for those folks. And Moldrum. Yeah, Moldrum's starting to stream too. So yeah. I'm not starting a new flower yet because I see the ads are about to start soon. So Ray Train and Dracula. I'm going to be doing bonus streams starting in May of Dracula. But here's the fun thing. Dracula is mostly in chronological order, but not completely. So what I'm going to do, and this is not like, I'm not the first person to ever do it. I will be doing an intro day before we start. That gives credit to my inspirations for this project and, you know, explains how it's going to work and stuff like that. So I'll be doing a short stream the day before it starts to explain that. But I went through and I made notes in my planner, basically putting the whole entire book in chronological order. And what we're going to do is go through Dracula as if it was happening in real time. So if something, or if we have entries and stuff, because Dracula is made up of diary entries and letters and like newspaper articles and stuff. So I'm basically going to be going through it. If there's something happening on May 3rd, I'm going to go through every piece of thing about it on May 3rd. I think that's also a little helpful if you're listening to it, to listen to it that way. It's a little less confusing because there's less to mentally keep track of that way as well. But those are going to be bonus streams that I do, but they're going to be really short. So there is going to be a playlist on my YouTube that will have all of them, and you can catch up on them whenever you want to. You can listen to them whenever you want to. Starting in May, your birthday month. Happy early birthday, Ezra. So yeah, starting on May... I have not gone through and filled out my planner for this week or for the month ahead yet, because got a lot of stuff up in the air. But yeah, starting on... We'll do the intro day on Friday, right? So it's coming up. And then at 6 a.m. Eastern time every day. Sorry, West Coasters. I know that's going to be either super late or super early for all of you, but there is going to be a YouTube playlist, and I will be immediately updating it every single time that I do one of these. I'm always up too early for the West Coast anyway, so it's just like, you know what, it's... I know from my analytics a lot, most of my viewers are like, it's like 50-50 American and Europe, honestly. So I'm sorry, it's gonna go to the Europeans this time, the Europeans and fellow early morning East Coasters. But yeah, I have it all spaced out, and then after it starts getting kind of loopy with the chronological orders, I started writing down all of the page numbers that I need to jump to in order to fulfill that. And I have gone through like a maniac and outlined every single chronological time. So it's not going to happen every day. There are some days that will happen pretty frequently, and then there's some stretches of time where there's like nothing. But those will be bonus streams. We will be chronologically in real time going through Dracula. And I'm really excited about it. But there are some days where those bonus streams are going to be like 5 minutes long. There's only like 3 days that it's going to be almost like a full like 1 hour or 2 hour stream, because there's a lot on the days. But otherwise it is mostly very short entries. So I was like, that's going to be a fun thing to do. I went into the ad break. I can't wait for this. I hope I get to watch. Yay! Just in case you're in ads. Wait, Blue, am I following you? I think I already did. I did! Hi, Birdie! Birdie, you caught a stream. Thank you. Let me stretch a little bit. Oh, da, 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 da. Ah, ita, 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 ita. Oh, okay. Stretched, I stretched. You could hear it, I stretched. I stretched like a little grandma. You could hear it. I don't have a lot of bones that pop or crack. Well, I mean, they'll crack, but you can't really hear those. The music got quiet, but it is going. It's just this is a very quiet track. Boop. Oh, that's a fun one. Cool. Welcome back. I was yapping through the ads. Damn it. Yeah, I'm really excited for the Dracula project. I will talk more about that and start promoting that again soon. And yeah, it will have that very convenient YouTube playlist that will get updated very frequently. And I think that'll be a cool thing to have, is that eventually that playlist will just be a full here's Dracula in chronological order read through. So that should be super fun. And it'll help me keep a regular schedule of like, yep, 6 a.m., time for Dracula. That's also making me excited too, is that I was like, oh, that'll give me something to look forward to. And like, give me like a goal, like, okay, I need to get to sleep so that I can get up and do the thing. So it'll help me too. So I'm really excited because it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun for folks, and it'll be helpful for me too. It'll be genuinely helpful and healthy for me. And even when I eventually work, because that's going to go on until November. Dracula starts in May and ends in November. So it's going to go on for a while. Yay, no more ad help. I don't know why I thought you were going to stop at don't have a lot of bones. Give me your bones. Thank you. I will take them. Let me start painting marigolds so that we can ink sometime this stream. I'm excitable. My tea kicked in, now I'm excitable. Watch out! Watch out, I'm excited about my projects. Oh, actually, let me do a nice big sunflower. Somewhere in here too. I don't know. Sunflower might take up a lot. I'm just gonna put marigolds. I like marigolds. Mexican marigolds are my favorite. They are my favorite. They are cempasúchil, is the Nahuatl word for them. Cempasúchil. They're beautiful. I eventually want to get lots of tattoos of them as well. And yeah, I love them. Colores. Want lots of colors. Oh. Oh. Qué lindo. Oh, qué lindo. Aquí. Okay. Let me do some of those. An opposite from acrylic painting. I think I was thinking about mentioning this and then I forgot to. For watercolors, generally, I mean, with anything with painting, there's like rules, and then you could always break those rules, you know? But generally, you are going from light to dark. Is what's happening. generally. So you want to think about what are your light colors and your dark colors. And sometimes if you have something that's really colorful and you're like, well, I'm not sure which ones are the light ones and which ones are the dark ones, think about which ones are the most saturated and which ones are the least saturated. So like, for example, Cempasúchil is, I'm doing a variant right now that is yellow and red. A lot of times they're like yellow, this very kind of orangey golden yellow. I'm doing one right now that is yellow and red so that I can really get a lot of distinction on the petals in the final look of this. And so I'm blocking in some yellow because it has yellow edges. And the yellow is kind of the weakest color of this. Yellow is not a very strong pigment. It's not super saturated. And so I want to lay it down first because trying to lay it down on top of red is going to be really difficult. But laying down a red on top of the yellow, especially because some of that red is also going to have some orange ombre in the petals, is going to be a lot easier because I'll get the orange from the mixing of the yellow and the red pigment. But also red is a really, really strong pigment. It's just, and pigment is just the color in the paint. So that's gonna be able to layer on top a lot easier than me trying to layer the yellow on top. Now, if this was an acrylic, because acrylic dries quickly and it layers on top without mixing once it's dry, then I would actually put the yellow kind of both underneath a little bit, because then I can have it as the base, and then also on top to kind of give it some depth. So I would have it like underneath as like a base, and then I would do the red, do the shadows and stuff like that, and then the yellow would be part of the highlights that I would add in there because it's the brightest color, it's the lightest color in that order. Here, I'll see if I can get let me see if I can show you the picture I'm working from so that you can kind of see more of what I'm saying right ahead. So like, this is the reference picture I'm looking at right now. And this is what I mean of like the yellow and the red. So in acrylics, like I could just layer the yellow on top easily. Like once the red is dry, I could just put that yellow on top, no problem. Even when this is dry, putting the yellow on top, because it's so thin, like you can see a lot of the blue still through the yellow. Whereas like you can see here, the red is like blocking out a lot of the paper. And sorry for anybody that does know this. I know I have like a mix of folks that are like super experienced artists, and then some folks that are hobbyists, and then some folks that don't do any art at all in here right now. I also just like yapping about this stuff because I love it. Like, this stuff is so cool to me. I love that every single medium has like different techniques and stuff. But you can see that the red is like really strong, right? Like you can't see the paper at all through it anymore. So that's going to be able to go on top of there really easily. But I also have to be careful to not just lose the yellow at that point too. So like I'm gonna do some darker yellow to start defining the flower a little bit more. Like start defining some of those petals so it's not just big blob. Big blob. We love big blobs. That's not what we're looking for right now. So adding some texture. But again, I'm gonna go back in with inks once these have a chance to dry a little bit. And that's not going to take long. Like, these are already dry. These ones here that I did at the beginning. So, those, I'll be going back around that way. So I'm letting this be a very wet on wet kind of painting, and like letting the water, you know, manipulate the paint, and not being too precious about details right now. Like here I got a little too precious. Should be more like this, is what I'm going for. But this is why I'm saying, like, it's practice and experimenting today. We're doing that. Also, like, even though this is still blob-y, it's still adding texture. Like, we're starting to add depth of color, we're starting to add variance of color, we're starting to add, like, visual. Like I was saying, like, painting is just tricking your eyes. We're adding visual trickery. We're starting to trick our brains into thinking this is not just pigment on a piece of paper. This is a painting of a flower, right? Like, not to get too head warpy, but I don't know. You all know me by now. I don't see anybody new in here. You all know me. You know that that's the kind of shit that I really love. Is starting to get into the, like, nitty gritty of, like, why do brains think the way that they do? Is it too late for me to study to become a neurosurgeon? It is. But I don't want to go to med school. I don't want to go to med school. No desire to ever go to med school. But, well, no. Ale, be a lawyer first. God damn it. What's it called? Yeah, like, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, this is just a bunch of colors on a piece of paper. It is us seeing this as a flower, is us telling our brain it is a flower. It is not de facto a flower. It is not a flower. It will never be a flower. Like, this is part of the whole, like, you know, this is not a pipe thing, is like kind of going into this stuff a little bit of, like, this is not a pipe. It is a painting of a pipe. It is never going to be a real pipe. It looks like a pipe. It is not a pipe. There's more to that than that, but yeah, that's that in a nutshell. But yeah, you know, like, this stuff is cool. Like, it's really cool that it's just like, you know, it's our brains telling us this is a flower. You know, even me showing this picture of a flower, it is pixels, right? It is pixels representing an image that was captured of a flower. A flower existed at some point. This is not a flower. This is a memory of a flower. And even so, this is an image that has gotten to a point where we go, this is a flower. You know, if you look at some of the first ever photos that were ever made. So, like, if you have a chance to go to a photography museum, or just have a museum that has, like, a history of photography exhibit, it's really fascinating to see the early prototypes of, like, what photos were, not just the ones where people had to stand still, but, like, really, really early on, where what you have is, like, black, and there's, like, these little bits of reflection in there. Like, you're starting to get little bits of something in there. And then they kept going, like, no, we can keep making this better and more accurate. Like, we still do that now, right? Like, with our cameras and stuff like that. We keep trying to get more accurate, more high def, more, you know, all of these things. And it's just like, we want pictures that tell us more and more immediately that this is the thing that it's supposed to be. And with art, you have a choice when you make art of like, let's say, I'm painting flowers. This is a flower. These are flowers. But also, I'm telling you they're flowers. If you just saw this shape out of context, you could also say, oh, that's a tree. That's a leaf. That's a stain. Like, it could be so many different things. It is not defined to a point where it is absolutely tricking you into going, that is a flower, and like convincing you that that is the thing that I want you to see. And when you do art, you're deciding how much of a thing you want to have read as the thing that you want to portray, right? That's the difference between like abstract, surrealism, all of those things is like, abstract and not abstract. Abstract, you have things that are harder to discern what they are right away. They're different depictions of what a thing is. It is a different visualization of what a thing is. It's not necessarily always unrecognizable, but it takes your brain in a different path of recognizing the thing. And then, and then you have lots of other art that's like, I want you to see that this is flowers. And it's all beautiful and it's all cool and it's all great. With art, you create your own reality from scratch. Yes. Art is wonderful. Art is wonderful. And, that is a little bit of that's why you need soul in art. Like, you need to pay artists and all of that stuff. Of course, of course, like I want all artists to be supported and everything. And I hate AI art with a passion, but it's also so heartbreaking to see like, no, but you don't understand the cool things about art. Like, it's not just like it has to be made from people. It's like it has to be made from people because that's how it becomes so cool. That's how you get the cool things. That's how you get the things that like made your brain excited, that made your brain like feel wonder or feel it's not just the image existing. It is the choices made of how that image exists. It is the input, the experiences that distill down into how somebody wanted to trick you into seeing a flower. Like my experiences, my life, my learnings, my everything made me paint a bluebonnet this way today. I will paint a bluebonnet differently tomorrow. If I painted this yesterday, it would be different. If I paint this bluebonnet 10 years from now, it will be different. It may look very similar, it may look completely different. It is still one person making a bluebonnet, and it is how I decided that a bluebonnet looks. And none of us see the world the same. And that's the cool thing about art, and that's why I think everyone should do art. Like, you don't have to do art and have it be, good. There's no good art. Like, just do art. Like, show the world how you see the world. Writing is really cool. I want everybody to write. I want everybody to create. I want everybody to create and to have a chance to show the world how they see the world. And I think that's the beautiful thing about art. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Can you tell I'm really passionate about things sometimes? But yeah, it's just like, it's so... Like, AI art is terrible. I'm preaching to the choir here. There's nobody here that thinks AI art is good, and if you do, get the fuck out. But, like, the thing that breaks my heart so much about it is that, like, but you don't get it. Like, you're missing out on something so beautiful and wonderful about life and about us all being alive and about the microtesimal and infinitesimal impossible chance of us all being alive at the same time, where we can see each other's perspectives on things in this really beautiful and magnificent way, and you're just missing it. And I feel so sorry for you that you're missing it. And I hope that people that are, you know, missing it now don't miss it forever, and that they one day they get it, you know, and that they pick up a pencil and just do art and appreciate how amazing it is that that is something that we can do. And something humanity can do is make art. And yeah, there's something so infinitely beautiful about art. It doesn't matter what the art is. You know, the art could be grotesque, it could be porn, it could be flowers, it could be anything. It's just that kind of expression, that kind of being able to share your universe so simply is such a powerful and wonderful thing. And yeah, everybody should do art. Whatever art makes you happy to do. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be sellable. It doesn't have to be anything. You should do art because you see the world in a way that nobody else does. And you deserve to know how you see the world, and so do other people. Yeah. Everyone deserves a chance to do art. So yeah. That's my spiel on that. Tea must be really good today. Thank you, Rossies. Thank you, Birdie. Sorry, let me catch up on chat. I went off. Would it make sense to add a layer of varnish over watercolors so it does not reactivate? I think there are sealants for... This is me not knowing 100%. I want to say there are sealants for watercolors. I don't know what they are. I don't think it's varnish, but I think there are fixatives. I would say that watercolor would need some type of waterproof fixative if you wanted to make sure that they don't reactivate and to kind of protect them. I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it does. The last time I used watercolors, it was one of the mini palettes. The mini palettes are so good. Mini palettes are really great because you can also take them everywhere. Watercolors are also really nice because they're not super messy. So they're really portable, and you could just have like a tiny container of water and, you know, your brushes and stuff like that, and you can take them out and about and do watercolors outside, especially with the mini palettes. As you finish law school, yeah. Let me give myself a break from law school a little bit longer. What is this motion that I just did in the camera? Sorry about that. Yeah, watercolors. I used to feel that way too about watercolors, Ezra. I used to really hate watercolors. It used to be my least favorite medium, and it's just I just kept playing with them until I found what I loved about them. And it was really just letting myself play. You know, like doing stuff like this, like just letting myself play, enjoying the colors, enjoying like what they do with water and stuff like that, and also watching, you know, tutorials and learning how to be able to predict what it was gonna do as well. The museum I was working at before. You work at a museum! Oh, that's so cool. Had a whole exhibit on Polaroid. Oh, that's so cool. Pixel art is awesome too. I'm glad you all liked my spiel. Thank you. Yeah, make some art. If anybody is making art right now alongside, you better link it because I want to see it. I would say like, clip that shit. But also, I think I was going on for too long for it to be clipped. So, feel free to clip any of it if you want, but I think I rambled for too long. Sorry. Whoopsies. But yeah, I'm very, very passionate about art. And now you know. Oh, you can always go back and clip. Yeah, like if you choose the clipping thing, like it'll let you scroll back and stuff like that. You don't have to like clip it the second it happens. Can you clip after you push VOD? I think so? I don't know. I actually don't know. I will push this to VOD on Discord. Or not, sorry, not Discord. On Twitch. So once the stream ends, the VOD will be available like 2 or 3 minutes after the stream ends. But I don't know if you can clip VODs. No, you can, I said. I can clip. Oh, okay. I can't read. I went to law school. I can't read. No longer working museums now, but kind of museum adjacent. Picture framer. Ooh. Frames are hard. That's really cool. Birdie, you're cool. Birdie is cool. Birdie, do you stream, by the way? I don't know if you stream or not. I know I see you in streams. Also, I know you're fellow kitchen magas. So, I'm always a big fan of anybody else as a kitchen wizard. Or a big fan of cooking. The excitement I get when I find out somebody is like also passionate about food, and I'm like, ah, friendship. Like, oh, friendship. Oh, Roz, the clip that you did from the Ina barbecue, I put on my shorts on YouTube. Because it was really funny. It was very, very well clipped. And I was like, oh, that's good. And I saw like that they had oh, you could push this to your YouTube shorts. I was like, all right. So it's my only YouTube short for the VOD channel that I have right now. I keep talking about the VOD channel. Hold on. Call barbecue. That is the VOD channel. If you ever miss a stream, they don't go up in chronological order right now because I had a huge backlog because I didn't upload for a long time. But now I'm more regular with those uploads. I'm actually going to go through and make sure that there's uploads for the next month or so. And I do a mix of like clearing out some of the backlog of older videos. And then putting in some of the newer videos. So it's not just like, oh, we're catching up to now forever. So sometimes there will be an old video, sometimes there will be a new video. But that updates right now because there is such a backlog every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. I think I put it pretty early in the morning, Eastern time, those update. And that just publishes automatically. I schedule them out, basically. I used to do a lot more stuff for the videos, like go through and chapter them and like really be more meticulous about it. And ultimately, it was just stopping me from doing the task. And so I was like, okay, this is something I would like to do again sometime. And I'm explaining this process in case it helps anybody else to like hear this as well. Because I'm not the only one to give themselves mental blockers on tasks, and to accidentally like start becoming a perfectionist on a task without maybe realizing it. I do it all the time, but I'm getting better at realizing when I'm blocking myself from just doing a thing. You know, perfect is the enemy of done. But yeah, I was like, okay, what would help me just not do that anymore? Something that inspired me too was that Smilky has been posting up in response to like the whole Twitch is removing highlights, or at least limiting them quite a bit. A lot of people were using highlights to kind of be their VOD channel for a while, so like a lot of people had to start moving their VODs into other places. And Smokey is really, really, really helpful. Well, let me shout out Smokey, if you don't know Smokey. Shout out. How do I spell Smokey's username? I have my brush in my mouth. Don't do that. It's bad for you. I'm doing it. I'm allowed to. You're not. Smokey Shake, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Great streamer, first of all, but also on Smokey. Yeah, Smokey is super good bean. Super big sweetheart. On Smokey's Blue Sky, they post up a lot of helpful things and like helpful advice and stuff like that for other streamers all the time for free. It's very, very generous of them. And so they posted up their process for doing YouTube VODs and for making that like a workflow, and kind of explaining like, you know, this is how you make your workflow for it. Not necessarily saying this is what you have to do, but just kind of showing like an example of a workflow to encourage people like, yeah, you could do this too. You just have to find the workflow that works for you. And when I saw that, I was like, you know what? Smokey's right. Smokey's always right. But like, I was like, you know what? Smokey's right. And it inspired me to finally go, what is blocking me right now in my workflow? Because I know what my ideal workflow on this process would be, but I don't have the time or the spoons for that right now. Like, what would help me just get this done? And so I sat down with myself and I realized, like, okay, let me just do auto export to YouTube of my videos. So I just, you know, push to export. I put it on private, so those videos go up into a little private draft space on the VOD channel. And then I go in every few weeks and just sit down. Sometimes I'm on a VC, sometimes I'm just like jamming out to a video essay or something like that, and just picking something that I enjoy doing. And have a nice cup of tea, and I just go in and schedule those videos out. And I like get one example of like the stuff that I want in there, the links and text and copy that I want to put in the description. And I kind of just like try to find a way to assembly line it a little bit, and then I just get a whole bunch of them scheduled out for a couple weeks. Mark it off on my calendar to know like what days I hit so that I don't lose track. And yeah, that worked out really, really much more effectively. And some people have been looking at them. It's not like a ton of views, you know, but it was like, oh, some people have seen this. It's so cool. Like sometimes I just see the number go up a little bit and I'm like, that's so neat. You know, and it's not me like looking at the analytics too hard or anything like that. It's YouTube like literally shoving those numbers in your face all the time. But I still go like, oh man, you know what? Somebody caught that wouldn't have been able to otherwise, and that makes me happy. And yeah, that's what works for me right now. Do I want the VODs to be like cooler later? Like maybe have like a title card, or like, you know, make sure that they're chaptered in a way or bookmarked in a way to where they're easily navigable and all that stuff. Yeah. You know, I would love to do more with it. And it's not like a forever I won't do it thing. But it's not in the cards for now, and that's okay. It'll be in the cards later. It's the same thing with the VPO stuff. Do I have the time to learn Godot and make a VPO right now? No. Will I if I keep wanting to do it? Yes. So I just gotta give myself time. And do stuff in the meantime. And there's some stuff that I want to try with the overlay. We'll see how this week goes. We'll see how this week's goes. I'm working on some. I'm working on some neat things behind the scenes. And we'll see if they come out. If they don't worry about it. They'll come out later. But if they do, it could be really cool. Could be really cool. Just saying. Could be really cool. Yeah. And, you know, there's stuff with the audio alerts I'm going to change up, and you have to just find those, like, those easier wins, not because you're always going to do easy wins, but because you need to keep yourself encouraged. And you need to realize, too, like, people are going to be really happy with your wins. You know, I'm sure a lot of you have seen the meme of, like, there's two artists. One artist does fan art of a thing, another artist does fan art of the same, like, franchise, and the second artist goes like, oh, mine's not as good. And then someone comes along and is looking at both of them and goes, oh, man, more fan art. This rocks. Like, you know, you're gonna find your people that just love that you did shit. You don't have to do it perfect or have it be like the complete manifested idea. There's gonna be people that just love that you did stuff, and that's cool. And also, too, like, you know, we're really lucky in this community space for sure, and in this corner of Twitch, that like everybody is super encouraging and genuinely like really excited to see one another succeed. So everybody's just going to be really stoked with whatever you end up doing, and they're going to be like genuinely stoked. And it's, yeah. So, you know, it's the same thing with the pen sketches. Was pen sketches the first thing that I wanted to have available up in Coffee? No, I wanted to do the originals and the prints and all of that stuff. But I was like, okay, but what's a baby step? Because I am seemingly terrified of ever opening up a shop. What is a baby step to help me get to where I really want to get to with that? And the baby step was doing the puzzle sale and the commissions. And it's not a baby step. It was a huge effort, you know? But I definitely feel better about the whole thing now that I've done it. So, yeah. So tell your friends I'm doing a puzzle sale and commission sale. Let everyone know. Re-skeet it. Shout it from the rooftops. I need to post it in more Discords. I just also, like, don't want people to feel pressured, which is why I always add a note of like, hey, if you share it around, that's really helpful. Because like I've mentioned a couple times right now, I know money is tight for everyone. I'm behind on bills. Like, I know money's tight. But yeah, in times when I've needed help and stuff like that, people sharing made that such a quick turnaround on the help that I needed very quickly at the time that I asked. I still got screwed over by taxes at the end of the day. New York State decided to take away $1,500 from me. So I've been extra hurting lately again. But I am going to make things work, and I do like that now I'm offering something instead of just asking for help, because I don't like asking for help with financial stuff. It makes me really queasy. So I do like that I can at least offer something back. And the same thing if like I offer coffee memberships, like I will have, you know, some tiers that are just like, okay, you just want to throw money my way on a regular basis. It's very kind of you and very sweet. And that's awesome that you don't want anything in return. I will put on my big girl pants about it and just suck it up and accept that people are very kind. But I will have tiers that actually have like some kind of tangible thing that you can have. Or not necessarily tangible, like some kind of reward that you can have as a thank you. So, you know, like at least the option is there for me to do an exchange as opposed to just like a receiving. Can you tell I'm horrible at receiving gifts? This is why I cried at the Kudo board, y'all, during my birthday, for anybody that was there at my birthday stream. And heard me just start like the throat wobble and the jaw like and like the you know, like, yeah. I'm horrible at accepting gifts. When people give me gifts, like art or anything, I usually have to go lie down on the floor for a while. And I'm just, you know, like, you have to, it is a part of growing up of like, you have to, you know, hopefully it is a part of growing up that you're surrounded by people that are kind and just want to celebrate you for being you. I love giving gifts, so I'm a hypocrite, but also, yeah, you just have to get used to it sometimes. You have to get used to good things. Like compliments and stuff like that. You have to get used to them. And I say this because I'm reminding myself you have to get used to them. It's one of the good things about being around kind people is that these are the things that you can get used to now. So yeah. I would say don't ever give me a birthday card again. Like, it's fine. I had a feeling that that would happen if I read it on stream, and I was like, you know what? It's going to be good practice for me to get better at accepting kindness and kind words if I do this on stream. And if it gets really bad, I can tap out and people will understand. But I think it would be very good for me to just practice doing that and to just accept love. I don't know. You can't just always give the love. You gotta accept it sometimes too. Like, no take, only give. Like, no, Ale. The healthy thing is being surrounded by people that give back what you give in their own ways. Girls. I talk about like mental health stuff and all of those things pretty openly. A lot of times because I find that there's always like at least somebody that relates on some level. Like it usually helps out somebody with their own stuff when I talk about those kinds of things. So that's why I'm fine with talking about that stuff. And trying to always, like, not just say, like, ah, this is a weird thing that I do, but also try to say, like, the things I'm doing to be constructive about, you know, getting better with a thing and doing better with a thing. To reinforce not just like, oh, I'm bad at this, but going like, well, no, these are the things I do to try to get better at it. Yeah. Do I want many more flowers than that? Okay, I'll let those be the last two. Because this is not going to be like one finished piece. It's just a bunch of flowers. See, I have to remind myself. Because otherwise I'm just like immediately trying to go in and do more than I need to. There we go. At this stage. And now I'm free form yapping because I am in a very, very happy state of mind right now. I love painting. I love painting. Make you happy. Make a brain happy. I hadn't done the art stream in a hot minute too, so I'm really glad I could. I really wanted to do like, there's one I've talked about on Blue Sky a couple of times of like, because I need to do a hand reference for the big acrylic painting I started a couple weeks back. But again, it was one of those things that's like, yes, I know I really want to do this thing. I'm not doing it because this is a plan that I don't like, but there's things that are kind of blocking me just doing the thing. So what are other things that I could do instead? Because I seem to be blocked. And I don't have to be upset at myself for being blocked, but like, what are the alternatives here if I am blocked? You know? Yeah, be kind to yourself. And being kind to yourself sometimes is sitting down with the feelings that come up, not judging them, and just going, cool, I recognize that this is happening right now. What does this feeling need? Where is it coming from? What could we do to get on a better path with this? You know? Don't shame your feelings. Even if they're not feelings that you want, just stop, reflect. Think about what you want to do instead, and recognize where those feelings come from. You don't have to be perfect. It's what you choose to do that matters. Can I offer Blue to make you new emotes? Oh, I don't know if you all heard that. Did you all hear the little squeak? Seatbelt just squeaked at me. Hi, baby. She's not very chatty, so it was very cute. Hi. Did you squeak at me because you're like, I'm headbutting you and you're not petting me? You're not petting me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Come here. We're just about at ad break anyway, which is good because these ones are pretty wet. So we'll give them a second to dry. Isabel! Isabel. Yeah, oh boy, 2 cakes, exactly. Eli! Hi, Eli. Daily plain toasted bagel with cream cheese, yeah. I am not prepared color paint. Ooh. Oh, Eli, you're painting. I want to see your painting. More Godot pose. Yeah, no, I'm going to join you, Eli. It's just, it's going to take a while for sure. But I'm definitely going to join you. I want to do it on Godot. For sure. And I really want to help Dizzy with adapting Twitch Mada to Godot as well. So I hope I can do that. Self-care check. 1,500, yeah. No, like, if you've been wondering, like, why is Ollie been stressed this time? Like, because I got jacked out of $1,500, and that's really a lot of money that I really needed. And I'm very tired of asking people for help on financial things, so I'm trying to do things that people can actually buy instead of just giving me money, because I don't like just taking money from people. I don't. So that's why, like, this week I'm really focusing and nailing down some of the things that I want to do creatively on that front to make some money. And then next week I start really nailing down some more job applications and stuff like that as well. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but I'm not going to be punishing myself by going like, okay, now no creative stuff. I have to really focus on only law and only job searching. Like, no, that's stupid. Don't do that to yourselves. That's an easy way to burn out. And it's punishment. You're punishing yourself. Like, you have to recognize when you're punishing yourself. Don't punish yourself. So I am going to actually have a streaming schedule now, and streams are going to be my outlet for doing creative things and for having, like, you know, scheduled mandatory fun times for myself, you know, and times where I'm like, okay, taking a break from that stuff and just having fun with folks for a while. Yeah, Rosie, you get really emotional too. I've been there before, and you have. My stream is made to make the Americas pass out. I have fallen asleep to your stream a couple of times, Rosie. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you for having stream that is cozy. Thank you. Okay. We will let these dry. We will take a stretch break and a tea break. I will not drink the paint water. It's not gonna happen. It happened once. It's not gonna happen again. And none of y'all clipped it either. Thank you. It's not gonna happen. It looks very similar in color now to my tea, but it's not tea. It's not tea. It's the no-no water. Okay, so we're gonna run to ads, get those out of the way, and then hopefully these will be nice and dry so that we can start doing some inking on top of it, because that's what I really wanted to play with. It was still wet. That's what I really wanted to play with, was doing inks on top of the watercolors and just kind of playing around with that a little bit, seeing what I like, what I don't like, because that's going to be a big part of the watercolors I put on commission. I'll have, like, the fun abstract ones like these as a choice too, if people want them, because I really like doing them. Okay. You clipped it in your soul. I didn't do shit, Blue. Have a nice break. Hi, Seatbelt. Hi. Pet. Oh. Hi. Hi, little chirp. Hi, little chirp. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Prince. Oh, big stretch. Oh, big stretch. Snowball, here. Hi. Hi. I know, you're a beautiful girl. You know that? You're a beautiful girl. Oh, and you're very beautiful too, Prince. Yes, come here. Come here. You wanna go inspect the flowers again? Here you go. You can sit on my lap. You can sit on my lap again. There you are. Oh, don't step. No step. Here. You see? Do you see the flowers? Ooh. Whoa, there's more. What do happen? Like I should sleep right now. Oh. Okay, you really want to step that way? Okay, it's watercolors. That won't hurt you too much. All right. You missed the painting. Good. What? You did knock all my shit over, though. What? No. She was on my lap, and then she, like, kept going, like, no, but let me on the table. Let me on the table. Getting close on the one surprise picture. Oh, surprise picture. Oh, you're doing a birthday picture. Yeah. Yeah, the ads have been really bad lately, Ezra. You just said. You silly. You silly. Well, they're gonna love it. Oh, what is this track? That's a silly one. That's a silly one. There we go. Much better. Uh-huh. That's your B-Day when? Yeah. Now I'm getting sleepy. How have we been going for 3 hours already? Okay. Well, some of you know how it goes then. I always start to tuck her out by hour 4. So, good news. Those are the last ads of the stream. And we'll go for another hour. That's good. I don't think the inking will take that long, so. Okay. I have many inks. Many inks. I don't have brush inks really anymore. Just kind of a bummer. I used to love doing brush ink all the time. I have some of the refillable ones, but a lot of them need new cartridges. Ollie, how many inks do you have? All of them? Never enough. digging through and getting out a whole bunch of colors so that I don't need to dig through later. So it'll make a little noise for right now. Nothing too bad. But yeah, I have like different kind of inks and markers and stuff like that, and so I'm just kind of like different kind of pens and markers. So I'm also kind of feeling out the differences with it. This is basically my big test page of mixing those mediums. And seeing what I like better. And if there's stuff that maybe I like the same, but I like it for very specific things. And then I can kind of make a mental note of like, oh, I like that for this texture. I like that for that kind of a texture. That would be good for that. So, like, it's a thing that will help me have an easier time of doing commissions later, because there's not, unlike with acrylics, there's not a lot of takesy-backsies with watercolors. So there's also a part of me that is thinking about doing colored pencil as well. So I will try that too. See if I like that as a softer effect. Cool. Cool. Oh, I could do that for... Me verbalizing my thoughts like this is really for your benefit. Like, when I'm just on my own, I just grunt at myself. And I know what those grunts mean. Very cool. I don't need every single possibility, I just do want to try playing with some stuff. Cool. Plenty of stuff. Bye, Birdie! Thank you for stopping by, it was good to see you. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Your doodle of him is my new lock screen. On the 25th, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you and your kitty, Ezra. Happy birthday. Thank you for being here. Okay, that's clean. Ugh, the yellow paint always smells weird. Hate it. Also, what's nice about the watercolors is that they dry really quickly too, so it's easy to put them away. Okay, let's get this centered on the screen. I also have a really sensitive sense of smell. I can smell everything, so like, it's not necessarily that the yellow paint is gonna smell bad in any way that anybody can. It just smells in a way that I don't particularly like. And I bet no one else smells it, but I do. Bothers me. It makes me go mer. Alright, let's play around with some different markers and pens and stuff. Define these flowers. Oh, is this pen dead? No. It's dead. Your seatbelt. Wanna play with it? It's useless to me now. I need to stop putting away the dead ones. I know I like think to myself, oh, I'm gonna keep it so that I know how to replace it, and it's just like, you're not going to though. Like, you're just gonna get whatever random shit you find. I'm like, yeah. So I need to stop putting them back in the box. I like this song a lot too. I just love the music to Disco Elysium. It's very good and good for productivity as well. Hits the brain right. Ooh, that's kind of cool. Might be a bigger fan of that. So yeah, these flowers are gonna look a little wild because they're a test of lots of different inks. Did I do something to like flood this one? Is that why it's looking like that? Is it almost dying? Is that why it's like that? Too light. Oh, she is playing with it. Hey. Good girl. God, it makes me so nervous how often she loves hanging out right behind my roller chair. It's luckily very stiff. It needs a lot of oiling, which is why it creaks so much. And now I don't want to, because I don't want it to move better. Because Sipa loves sitting behind it. It's like, baby, you don't know the danger you're putting yourself in. Luckily, she's usually pretty obvious about the fact that she's like going next to me, so I usually have some idea that she's nearby, but it still makes me nervous. I don't want to be like very focused on a thing and forget one day. Like, why the chair specifically? You could be anywhere, not in the path of the chair. Oh my goodness. She's like, but I love you. And I'm like, I know. I want you to keep loving me. That's why I don't want you to be behind the chair. Let's see. That's kind of interesting with the colored pencil. Yeah, I might have to do a sample with that because that would be fun to play with somewhere. I'm also kind of mentally taking notes of like what I want to do for my profile picture because I want it to be mixed media. I am always doing mixed media. But for the watercolor samples, like I have some paintings that I have done that I'll go like, yeah, I could do something like this. But there's some other styles that I kind of want to put up there as well, if I find them fun to do. That's the main thing, like I need to actually enjoy it. If I don't enjoy it, it's not going to get offered. Because why would I offer a commission of something I don't enjoy doing? That's an instant road to misery. As I got reminded, I make my art for me. Got reminded recently. And so even when I'm doing commissions, I gotta keep that in mind. Of like, yeah, do your art for you. You know, even when I'm gonna do art for other people, at the end of the day, I want it to still be for me in some way. I don't even know if some of the line work that I'm doing is really showing up or not. I don't. It's like so subtle. You just have to trust that something is there. One day I'm going to upgrade the webcam situation. I tried, so I do have an older phone, right? I have an older phone that is cracked on the front screen, but I'm going to be using the camera on the back, which is what I would want to use anyways, is fine. So I want to use that because it would be a better camera than this guy, this really old camera I got now. And it'd be a lot easier to see the stuff I'm doing. But I can't, like, I've had people recommend, like, oh, here's third-party softwares and stuff like that that you can use. None of them seem to be working, and I don't know why. Like, I don't know what's going on of why it's not working. Like, I look at install guides and stuff like that, and it's telling me to look at stuff that, like, literally doesn't exist in the software once I have it. And they're like, okay, and you install this, you set up these settings, and then you go in here, and I'm like, great, great, awesome, doing that. And they're like, and then you click on this, and you connect your camera, and boom. And I'm like, the camera's not there. like checking the settings, checking everything. Like, make sure everything's on the same Wi-Fi network, like it is, everything is. It's not there. Nothing is there. Like, what about Bluetooth connection? Checking that. None's there. It's just like, and I keep looking like, what am I missing? What am I missing? I look at different guides and stuff like that, and I'm like, I feel like all of them are lying to me. It's starting to feel like these guides are lying to me. And I just have a bunch of bloatware on my PC now. So I'm going to go through and uninstall all of those. There's one that I'm going to keep fiddling with a little bit more because I think it might be able to work if I fiddle with it some more. That's also the thing that I've been working on, is trying to up the camera quality of the stream, because I know this camera is very old. It's like, okay, but it's shit. It is shit. It's not an insult about me or anything like that it's shit. It's not self-deprecating. It's like, it's really old. It's really, really old. That's all. So I will keep trying, because it's like, well, I have this old iPhone anyways. Like, I might as well put it to some use, because for some reason I kept it. There's also a part of me that just really likes this water effect, too. It's also interesting to see some of the pen is lifting up some of the color from the paint, which is not necessarily always a bad thing, but it is a thing to note and to do with intention and not by accident. Like I said, an experiment. This is all flitzing, seeing what I like and what I don't like. I should do some food prep today. That might be my way to decompress from stream today. Is doing some food prep stuff. I think that could be really good. I also don't want the inks to like lose some of the cool qualities of the watercolor too. So it's also what I'm practicing with. I'm liking this like mixed texture though. I think I just need to know fully what it is I want to do and what the look is that I want to achieve by doing the mix. But I definitely have some examples that don't have hard inking and are more pure watercolor that we'll put up too. I'm kind of excited to offer watercolors as a commission thing because I think, one, I want to do more watercolors, but I think it'll be because those are paintings that, you know, even if I do a full page one, like it could be, depending on the complexity of it, like for anyone that saw the bottles that I did for the Accursed Theater, those were anywhere between like 2 to 4 hours each, somewhere in there. I did a lot of planning beforehand, but like when I sat down and actually painted, they were like 2 to 4 hours each, something like that. And I was doing a bunch of them at the same time, so I had the different boards with them, and like as different parts of them would dry, I would like swap out a board and start working on the layers of another and stuff like that, which I also know is something that I could do if I happen to get, you know, hopefully we'll get more than one watercolor commission at a time, is that I could do some of those at the same time. Which is less true for the ink sketches, but that's also why the ink sketches are being limited to just short little doodles. They're just more for funsies thing as opposed to like this is a commissioned artwork, you know. Whereas like I feel more comfortable now with watercolors to do that with those. Like that. Yeah. What we got? Mm-hmm. Back from the power outage? Oh no. Apple, I hope you're okay. Oof. Stay safe, Apple. Yeah, that's rough. Trumpets at me to the abyss of my inland empire. We are definitely, yes, playing some Disco Elysium music. The only thing I'm less of a fan of with I like the soft look of adding colored pencils on top of the watercolors. But it also has a little bit of a muddying effect. So I think I just have to be careful with that. Because the colored pencils that I have, this is why I have a colored pencil set up on my throne, because I'm like, the colored pencils that I use are kind of ridiculous. I have like a set of 8 that I got from Muji, which is a furniture store a really long time ago, and those are the only colored pencils I have. I've been doing good stuff with them, but they are not amazing quality. My throne mostly is art supplies of just like any projects that I have in mind for doing for the year. And I try to update it with any art supplies that I think I could use or need. I'll bring the flowers up close before the end of stream as well. They do blend well. So, well, these are blending well with the watercolor. These colored pencils do not blend well with each other, which is so silly because it's like that's the whole point of colored pencils. What are you doing? So, like, when I really need them to blend, I, like, sharpen them ultra fine and stuff like that, and I'm so meticulous with them, and it's just kind of a little bit of a pain. It's like, God damn it. One of these days, I'm going to invest in better color pencils. One of these days. Not today. Yeah, I'll make sure to bring this up close to the camera so that y'all can see. Because there's definitely... Yeah, I'm doing a lot of really fine line work right now that is not showing up on the camera. And that's okay. I will bring it up close for you to see. So you can see it. You can see what the heck I'm doing. Because you can probably see that I'm doing something. I do have a throne. That's what the thing is there. If you do... Think. Throne. That's what those commands are. Wait, nope. Shit, are they broke? Ah, I wrote them down wrong again. No, it's because I redid the thing. There we go. Fuck. Okay. All that's on my to-do list is to fix that. That's really funny. I don't have my things right. I don't got my things right. They used to be the other way. It used to be the other way. I swear it used to be the other way. Just fix that real quick. Whoops. But yeah, that's what those commands are. I know I should. I need to do the auto messages so that they actually do, like the promoting of the VOD, the promoting of the store, and the. I know. I gotta promo myself. Somebody else is gonna do it for me. Why isn't this in your about section? Because I haven't updated my about section ever because I'm silly and I keep forgetting that it exists. because that is also where I should talk about the store and stuff like that and commissions. I wrote it down. I wrote it down. Because you're right. You're right. You're right, though. Yeah, I forgot. I always forget. Because those are not the things that I, like, prioritize in my brain. And so I forget about them. Which is silly, because I look at people's about sections all the time. Don't do it. Especially, like, before the raid train thing happens. I should make sure all that stuff is up to date. But I could, like, take time today to just at least put text in there that is relevant, if nothing else. You know? Especially because I do want to replace this overlay with one that's more visual and has less like printed text on the screen. I want it to be a much more visual thing. Yeah, add those links in your about page. I know. I need to. I know I'm using the whiny voice, but you're right. You're absolutely right. Thank you, y'all. I honestly wouldn't have thought of it. Never would have thought of it. It's one of those things too that like I do have so much on my plate right now that sometimes those little nudges help out a ton. Just help me remember stuff that I can do to help myself. Stuff that just makes sense to do, you know? I want to play with having one that's so thank you guys. I'm whining, but I mean it. Thank you. It's very helpful. Very helpful. So I learn how to do all this stuff better. It does remind me though, like, I also do eventually. I hear people talk about this on a couple of channels, but I wanna do more to kind of celebrate with everybody milestones of stuff. Because I feel like those can be co-celebrations. It's like, I want those to be like not about me, but like as a moments to pause and say thank you. And I think milestones are a great time to like pause, reflect, and say thank you. So I'm trying to think of like, what are cool ways that we can celebrate those together to be like thank yous. I hesitate to call this a community. Like, I'm part of a community. We're all part of like a community for sure. But I don't aim to make the cafe itself its own community. So I don't have the time to do community management, honestly. And that's the thing of like, it's not because I dislike community or anything like that, but because I feel like fostering a community is assuming an amount of responsibility. Because you should. If you want a community, if you want to build a community, you need to be responsible for it and to care for it. And that's something that I don't have the spoons for. So like, I'm happy to take care of you guys when you're here, but I can't like build a Discord where y'all can hang or things like that, because I don't have the time to watch over that, or to manage it, or to foster the growth of something like that. So it wouldn't be fair to ask people to do that and then to not have the time to dedicate to that, you know? Because if you want a community, you need to shepherd it. You can't just go like, well, they're here for me, and then that's it. Like, no, you are taking responsibility to make a safe and good space for the people that you want to have. And that's very important. You can tell I've done community management stuff before. You know, I don't just want numbers of people around. I want people to have a good time while they're here. And so I only want to commit to things that I know I can commit to. But yeah, like, I think we can still celebrate milestones and stuff together, because ultimately, like, I only hit milestones because of y'all. And I want times to stop and thank y'all. So, yeah, I'm just trying to, like, plan out what are different things that we could do about that. Because every now and again, we do get close. It's not hitting there yet, but it has been frequent, and I've noticed it a lot, that we almost get to a 20 average of viewers on stream. And that is super humbling. Like, that is super humbling. That is amazing. I never expected that when I started streaming again here. And if we do hit 20, you know, I want to celebrate that, because I want to stop and say thank you so much, and to do something fun for y'all to just show my thanks more than anything. So yeah, if we do milestones, they're very much going to be chances for me to say thank you to all of you. So, but I always want to say thank you anyways, because I'm thankful that you're here. You help me have a space to be creative and to be encouraged to foster that part of myself and keep it alive and healthy, even as I do my serious career stuff and political stuff. And even when life is tough and a little scary, you know, you remind me to keep making time for joy and to keep making time to hang out with cool people. That's you, you're some of the cool people. So thank you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate you. I bookmarked it in my Chrome. What did you bookmark? What are you saying? You bookmarked your own page? Yeah. Hopefully we can keep celebrating together and keep finding joy and stuff together. So that's what streaming is all about, you know? It's not just like, oh, I'm here, come look at me, come celebrate me, blah, 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 blah. No. No. Streaming is about doing stuff together. It's about sharing things that you love. Sharing cool moments with people. And those people getting some happiness and joy out of those things being shared. You know? I don't think every streamer would necessarily say that, but I think like most of the folks in our community would. Or at least something similar. I wouldn't be here without all of you. And that's just the truth. So bring on the psychedelic music. So it's definitely why I want to stop and celebrate y'all if we do hit milestones. I don't think we're gonna hit it yet, but like there's a good amount of you here today, and I saw that like we do get kind of like every month we kind of average a little bit closer and a little bit closer to 20, and I'm like, that's really cool. Maybe I should do some kind of milestone thing. It could be neat. Oh, this song is funky. I like it. Ooh, that's really fun. It's a really fun little sketch quality to have with the really, really watered up spaces. I'm gonna have to do that stretch technique that Puffling mentioned, because that should help quite a lot, because some of the paper is bowing a little bit. Like, it's fine, but I think that stretch technique will help out a lot. For sure. Poppy is looking a lot less blobby now. Oh, my throat. Rosie. You're silly. Silly bean. You're a silly but very kind bean. How long is this track? Okay. I was about to say, like, it's almost overstaying its welcome. Oh, no, it's ended just in time. I mean, I already know because the VOD got lost because I did not keep up with archiving my VODs. For the affiliate anniversary in the summer, I'm just gonna do a reread of Howl's Moving Castle, because I really enjoyed that. I think it brought a lot of peace to a lot of people. It was a good time. It is one of my favorite books, and I don't have a VOD of it. I lost the VOD. I lost the VOD. I didn't archive it in time. It is gone forever. Sorry. So we'll do a redo. And I think it'll be a fun, chill way to do a little anniversary celebration. Nothing too extreme, nothing too elaborate that would be like stressful to carry out or anything. And because I don't know what will be going on around that time too, you know, like job wise and stuff like that, I don't want to plan something that I just won't have the energy for. So that feels like a safe plan. And then I'll actually archive the VOD that time and get it published right away. And it'll live in perpetuity on the YouTube channel after that. We won't lose it again. It sounds a little more abstract, but I don't hate that it is. I could have looked at the reference for it, but I'm just kind of really free-forming these guys. It's getting a little too precious with these practice flowers. When is affiliaversary? Rosie, I've told you before, I lost your favorite. Hi, Mouse. Oh, everyone, Mouse has started streaming recently, and you should all go follow Mouse if you're not following Mouse already. Mouse does felting on stream, and it's really cool. And Mouse is just a really good bean. So go follow Mouse. Let's speedrun Mouse to affiliate. I have a short memory span. That's fair. I think it's also late where you are too. What's it called? Yeah, I lost it though. I didn't mean to. Like, it wasn't intentional. It wasn't me going, oh, I don't like this, and then just like not saving it. There was just a lot going on around that time, unfortunately. A lot of stuff I don't want to get into, but a lot of I had to deal with a professor being extremely discriminatory towards my various disabilities and trying to make my life hell, humiliating me in front of class and stuff like that, and calling my accommodations in writing, by the way. She put down once, because she blocked me from taking my midterm, and she confessed that she was never planning to let me take my midterm because I needed to take it remotely for medical reasons. And she said that my accommodations were, and I quote, a ruining of the sanctity of the test, which is bullshit. I forwarded that to the dean, and I got scheduled to take my midterm the next day. But she did try to sabotage me from being able to take my midterm, which would have made me immediately fail the course. So she was basically trying to sabotage me from graduating, and that was just her whole MO. And there was a lot of intervention that had to happen because of her being like that. But the school, I guess, could not fire her because of various reasons. Yeah, so, like, that was happening last semester. That was my beautiful memories that I got to take away from my school during my last semester. That was a whole thing that I was dealing with then. So that was also part of the reason why I was getting sick a lot too, was dealing with that stress. Because, you know, like, by that time in my career too, like, I had gotten through all of the other semesters of law school, had a really good average, and so it was basically this one professor going like, well, you know, I know better than all of these other professors that have seen this student work, and I know that this student should never be a lawyer, even though all of the other professors here were completely fine with them existing as they do, and never caused any problems with their accommodations, nor had any issue with them. And these are accommodations that the student has had for a while, but I decided that I know better. And I had to get a lot of people on recording a bunch of times, and basically start making legal threats to be able to ascertain my rights and be able to have my legal medical accommodations. And be able to graduate as I should have always been able to without any issue. Yeah, I mean, I had to stand up for myself. If I didn't, I would have never been able to graduate. And I don't like bullies. I think bullies are pieces of shit that shouldn't get their way. But it did lead me to be exhausted a lot. So, unfortunately, that did lead to me, like, neglecting the channel a lot and not having the energy to stream or do any stuff on that front. So, yeah, and I would be right now carrying out a Department of Education, like a federal complaint against this professor, because what she did was absolutely illegal, and she was stupid enough to put it in writing and video recording. But with the current state of the administration, it seems like a really bad idea to highlight and paint a further target on myself, because I already have several, for the activities that I have legally done in support of ending genocide. You know? Like, a very reasonable stance to have. And lawsuits that I have been a part of, very much on that front of suing public entities because they were blocking people's right to be able to support Palestine. But all of that does not help me with the current administration right now to be in any good standing with them. And highlighting to the Department of Education that I have disabilities that they are currently targeting heavily in a lot of their rhetoric and in some of the more incendiary declarations, official declarations that have come out. Seems like a really bad idea.
Those clown comics to fix their hearts or die.
Right? They need to fix their hearts or die. They really do. absolutely wild how cruel people can be sometimes for no reason. Thank you, Mouse. But yeah, I don't need to highlight myself to the administration right now in any way. And it feels more risky to me than not to do so. So unfortunately, I have not filed a federal complaint specifically because of that. And if you are facing somebody being a piece of shit, please fight for your rights. You deserve your rights. You deserve your accommodations. You are not a burden. Anyone that's being a piece of shit about that is wrong. And fight as much as you are able to. But also, I completely understand if you reach a point where you don't feel safe or you are tired. But I hope that you don't have to fight alone. I hope that you can get lots of support. I definitely did. I had friends cheering me on and getting me through some of the more bullshit moments of all of that. And yeah. Make sure that you keep good people around you when there's people that are not so good. And stay as strong as you can, but, you know, we all have our limits, and I definitely was already extremely exhausted and sick all the time, so that was my limit there. Absolutely, she deserves to not have her job anymore and be sued for being a discriminatory asshole. But I don't want to put myself into further danger. I need a break. I need a break, goddammit. I need to give myself some break sometimes. It's a tangent I wasn't exactly planning to go on, but yeah. Anyways, that's why the VOD got lost. I was like, why the fuck was I talking about all of that? And it was just like, oh god, I went on a ramble because I was talking about why the VOD got lost. Yeah, I was just stressed as fuck. I wish I saved it though. I wish I saved it. It bummed me out when I saw that I missed the window to save it. Because I was like, fuck, I really liked that one. I really wanted to keep it. So I was super bummed out when I saw that it was gone. Whoops. I had a professor praise one of my essays in front of class and use the wrong pronouns the entire time. God. I've had that happen so much, and sometimes I was too tired, and God bless the classmates that I had that would, like, pause the professor because they could just see that I was fucking exhausted and go like, hey, their pronouns are they, them. And like right now I go by they, any, but like anytime that I introduce myself in any of my law school classes, it's always been they, them. Always, always, always they, them. The Zooms and stuff like that I would be on, it would be they, them. Like, it was everywhere. Like, it was one thing if it was like, oh, they didn't know. It was always like one of those things of like, no, literally it's everywhere. There were times that we would have like name tags in front of ourselves for the whole entire semester. Like these big like cardstock name tags with the pronouns there. And still, like, would refuse. And a lot of it, like, here's the thing. Sometimes it's just like someone fucking up. That happens, you know? Hopefully they just say sorry and everybody can move on. Or they just do better the next time. But sometimes it's just a very, nah, I don't want to say that. I'm gonna do this instead. And it's just like, what if I just decide to call you Mary? I know that's not your name, but I just decided that that's who you are now. You know, like, it's just like, I don't It's so silly. It is so fucking silly. Especially when, yeah, like, especially in that moment when they're praising you and it's like, why wouldn't they just use your proper pronouns and celebrate you properly? Joanna emotes are very good. Stand up for myself and take space. Yeah! Aw, thank you, Mouse. I will do my best to be a good example. Take space. Take that space. Do it. We are small enough in the universe as is. You don't need to make yourself smaller. Expand. Be big. You deserve to be here. And fuck anyone that makes you feel like you don't. Fuck 'em. I keep pressing the snooze because I'm like, no, I don't want to end stream yet. But I also know that, like, I do need to take a break soon. I just want to get to the end of playing around with inking these guys, though. I have definitely see that I have a style that I have started to prefer a little bit with these. But this has been very good and informative for me. It has been a really fun practice. I got to make some flowers. I always like doing that. And got to play around with some new techniques, which is always very fun. So that is very cool. Big hand. It's like the first time I've ever been now. Aw, I'm sorry, Ezra. I hope things are better now, though. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is just this is just like a practice page of stuff. So however it came out was like super low stakes, like, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if it comes out good or not. It's just playing around with stuff. It's just having fun. More about like letting myself know what I can and want to do with watercolors when I offer them up to people. And when I redo my profile picture very soon. You know, and sometimes you will just encounter people that are ridiculous. And that will not make sense in what they decide to do to you. I just hope and wish you all the strength in not letting them beat you down. I hope you can overcome them, because you don't deserve to be treated badly like that. Yeah. A lot of people mean well, and a lot of people make mistakes and stuff like that. But every now and again, you just get someone that is just wrong. I wish you all your luck, all the strength in dealing with the people that are just wrong. Yeah. I like to believe the best in everyone, but every now and again. Every now and again. So I'm just going to do in my more little sketchy scribbly style, because it's a marigold. I've drawn like hundreds of marigolds at this point. I do like those contrasting colors, so that was a fun way to do the inking on that. Okay. Self-care for Ale in chat. Thank you. I keep almost grabbing the... I'll turn the handle away because it's tempting me. There we go. We did it. Ooh. Mouse, I'm glad you're doing more art. I'm glad you are doing more art. Okay. That's good practice. So, show you a little bit closer up. We did. I don't know why everything feels very blue toned today on my camera, but you can see some of the focus. You can see some of the inking that I did on some of the watercolors there. Just kind of more define the flowers. Tried out some different types of markers and pens and colored pencil. Really like these ones a lot. The colored pencil here adds like a kind of neat antiquing effect that I think is cool. This one's just very colorful. Yeah. This made me very excited to do more watercolors. And yeah. Coffee shop is open for pen sketch commissions. Hopefully by the end of the week I'll have watercolor commissions up there too. If you're not looking for commissions right now, or even if you are, if you can share the link around, I would super appreciate that, because that helps out a lot. This is the first time I'm doing commissions in a very, very long time. So I don't, like, see, all of these look very blue and they're purple. They are purple. And the webcam, there you go. Now you can see they're purple. They're purple. Those two are purple. For some reason when I put it down here, it's blue. But anyways, thank you all always for all of your support. Thank you. It was very fun to paint today. Hope you had a good time. I hope you had a good time. And I will, let's see what's online. I hope you have wonderful days today. Let's see if I can find someone to raid. Either someone new, someone I haven't before. Bible studies, what? Oh, it's a joke, okay. I was like, what the hell? Oh! I've never raided Snow before, okay. Snowtwig was here earlier. Snowtwig is doing some low poly modeling. And could use some love. Let's go raid Snowtwig. Because I haven't raided Snowtwig, and I've been wanting to watch Snowtwig stream. Okay. I don't do raid messages because I can't think of one. Just be polite, be on your best behavior, or I will destroy you. Be kind, send love to Snowtwig. Go give a follow, go give support. And then, other than that, yeah, go do some art. Art rules. Art is fun. Art is great. Go do some art. Is there anything else? Wish me luck and I wish you luck. Alright. Let's go raid. Boop, boop. Rosie, you're already there! What the? Alright. Oh, I'll see y'all later. Good boy. Wait. Oh, timer. Just gotta awkwardly